I've asked 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. So my last question.
All right, please go ahead.
Honorable,
Please go straight to the question, please.
yes, I will. The ideal situation that we should have in the public sector is to have people appointed, recruited based on merit, people with integrity, people whose visions are based on pragmatism, and people who really will work diligently. Still coming to making our public sector work very well with these 4 attributes of an efficient and effective public sector. How would you navigate your way through to ensure that members of the public administration system will be satisfied, have all that it takes for them to do their job, and at the same time deliver based on these 4 qualities?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With those attributes, I will be looking at training or capacity building in the public sector. I will be looking at building or strengthening the public institutions. I will be looking at strengthening the way we hire people into the public sector. And therefore, we should have a national dialogue on how to hire and recruit into the public sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And your follow-up, please.
My dear sister, Honorable, I said because of Sandema and Boko, we are allies. And I want you to succeed. That's why I'm asking these questions, which really may engage your attention, because I have worked in the public system throughout the greater part of my career, and I know some of the concerns of those who work in the public system. There are times that you will be confronted with practical issues. These issues will be based on what the system thinks, oh, this is how we've been going about things, this is how we've been doing it, and you've come, you want to change it and all that. When you are faced with such challenges, would you want to just say, oh, if that is how you've been doing, let's go ahead and continue that way? Or you try your best to think outside the box and meet the resistance, knowing very well that the resistance could also be catastrophic to you and to the system?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that brilliant question from my own brother. I have learned, I have been through the public sector for almost 27 years. I have learned that there are people at the public sector, we call them MBA. They do things, they believe that you should do things the way they want you to do. That is bureaucracy. And I think that there should be communication. You communicate the goals, that the reason why you want to change. You should use innovative ways to let them understand that they need to change the way they do things. And again, you should dialogue with them. I believe if you have clear communication goals, they will understand and go by your way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would now like to come on my right. Honorable Shaibu, you may take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for the opportunity. And, Honorable nominee, my sister, congratulations.
Thank you, my brother.
So, what is this monster called public sector? And what are the ills in the public sector that you are called to come and reform? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Public sector is simply that part of the economy that is controlled by government. It is institutions, service, and employees. The ills are so many. It ranges from lack of or limited resources, bureaucracies, political interference, and even resistance to this bureaucracy. Thank you.
Any follow up on that? Or
Yes,
you want
please,
to
Chairman. So how do you plan to get these ills sorted out as minister if you are given the opportunity?
Thank you very much. When given the opportunity, I will go by government policy, but to my own initiative, I will engage state and non-state actors. I will engage the various sectors of the public sector services. Even people just think that when you mention public sector, just about local government, the Constitution provides the public sector in Article 191. There are a list of them from the judicial services even to the parliamentary services that we have. So, for me, we are going to look at strengthening the institutional framework. We are going to look at how we can manage with our limited resources. We are going to see how we can leverage on technology to understand, or for people to understand, that technology can help us to do away with some of the corrupt practices. Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sustainability of the program. Can you tell us how impactful and sustainable? You have alluded to many ills. Tell us how sustainable and impactful that these will be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There's a roadmap that has started from the National Action Plan 1. Today we are in National Action Plan 5. And I think that if we go with that roadmap, I think we can achieve success. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, let me wish the nominee the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will. I think I'll go there and come. Yeah, I'm good. I will go to the Honorable, the second subject matter. Honorable Chinua. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations on your nominations.
Thank you very much, my brother.
I have got a few questions for you. I believe you would be able to give me the responses needed. So, Honorable nominee, I believe you know there has been significant work done by the previous administration in transforming the public sector. And the key tool that has been used is through what we call e-governance or digitalization. And I'm sure you are conversant with the name when we talk about digitalization. This has led to successes like the GhanaGov platform, as we know, the paperless port system, GRA payments, which is digitalized, and so on and so forth. All these have been done to make sure the public sector works, and it has even gone beyond the public sector, like we have the national ID and so on and so forth. Do you believe that digitalization and e-governance is indeed the way forward to transforming the public sector? Do you believe in that? And if you do, what will be the new frontiers for you? Because a lot of work has been done already in terms of e-governance. If you believe in it as the way to transform the public sector, what would be your own new frontiers? I want us to hear from you. Which areas, what are you going to do in terms of e-governance if you believe it is the way forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that question. Yes, I do. I do believe that digitalization is the way to go. Yes, some work has been done. The GIFMIC system, the current payment system, but that is not enough. I am here to strengthen what has started already, to strengthen all the digital platforms that has been started already. You know that there are offices or there are some departments. For example, Shraj. They don't even have enough computers. They don't have workable computers that you can just transfer one file to the other. So it is my responsibility to continue from where you started and make the public sector efficient, modern, and robust. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I
Now,
guess...
a second or you follow up?
yeah, a follow-up, a clarity, more or less. So Honorable Nominee, thank you. I just need a bit of clarity. You know, you talked about getting computers for certain departments and so on. Yeah, computers, they are basic to work with, you know, in this modern world. But I wanted to understand really, like I said, we have the GhanaGov platform, we have the paperless port system, we have the GRA payments now, digitalized, and these are the programs. Even if you go further, talk about national ID, mobile, whatever, operability, and all these. What would be your own new channels? What are you going to do? Computers are basics. What is on your mind? What have you planned in terms of e-governance? What is on your mind?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I cannot work alone. I have to work with the communication ministry. I have to work with other government ministries and agencies so that the work will be done. Thank you. So there's going to be a collaboration between agencies, ministries, and other public service offices. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, that's your response. Not fully convinced. I mean, maybe you need to think through to...
Honorable, please go to your next question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Nominee, my second question, you know there's a budget that is scheduled to be presented soon. We've heard of 11th March. I'm sure you are aware. So this budget definitely is going to allocate funds to various ministries, agencies, and what have you of the government to promote their programs for the year. Your ministry, which seeks to reform the rest of the ministries, okay, what comes to mind when you anticipate such a budget reading coming up? What sort of item, budget lines or budget items would you expect to be aligned to your reformist ministries? In your own view, what would you require to be able to succeed in your new reformist sector? What really do you think that should be allocated to you? I'm not talking about numbers, but in terms of focus areas, what do you expect to be allocated, to you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Honourable Member, know that the nominee is not here to basically tell us what is to come in the budget. Her responsibility this morning is to basically tell us how competent she is for the job that she's going to do. So let's not make it too technical, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, the question I'm asking is really innocent. It's not technical at all. What I'm saying is you are coming into a ministry, a reformist ministry, and you have a plan on your mind. I'm sure once you were called and informed that you are going to be given this ministry, then you would have a plan on your mind that I want to do A, I want to do B, I want to do C. All these plans, you would need some budgetary allocations to promote them. So that is what I'm asking you. What has been on your mind, that the areas that you want to promote? I'm not saying tell us how much you want the minister to give to you or whatever. Which areas do you think, if the minister supported you through the budget reading, would help you to promote your reformist agenda? That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question, I believe that my brother understands that my ministry is a minister of state in charge of public sector reforms. My budget is coming from the presidency, and I trust the finance minister that he will do a good job to make sure that my ministry and the presidency has enough allocation to prosecute our programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. So, a follow-up, I believe. So if you go to the ministry, yes, you are trusting the minister to do a good job to anticipate all your plans and give you something to run your ministry. What is
Thank you very much. I don't think that His Excellency the President John Mahama will appoint me as a minister designate and will not inform the finance minister to make allocation that is necessary for the running of the ministry. I believe that the discussions have gone on, and therefore I trust that my office or my ministry will be given the necessary allocation to run the programs of the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a last question, I believe. Last question, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, your ministry is really one that can make the difference in terms of the entire public sector. Okay. Do you believe in performance-based accountability, i.e., certain performance objectives, certain performance targets for every civil servant, and ensuring that their various ministries assess them, and at the end of the day, based on balanced scorecard, either promote or demote or reward them or otherwise? Do you believe in such performance-based accountability for the entire civil service? Is this something that you are ready to drive?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, if you go to a ministry and you are working with people, there must be performance. There must be appraisals. I want to see motivation and productivity. And you can't get productivity without motivation. The two of them go together. So once we are interested in productivity, we should be able to reward people who are working well. And how do you reward people? You have to use appraisal system. You have to use monitoring and evaluation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a follow-up. Thank you. So how would you go about it? Where would you start from at all? It's a big space. You're telling us, given the timelines, what is your plan to get it starting and getting it working practically?
Thank you very much. We'll be looking at key performance indicators. We'll be looking at giving them a good working environment. We'll be looking at training and capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please go ahead, follow up. Yeah, go ahead.
Chairman, thank you very much. Madam Nominee, as you may be aware, the previous government started some reforms in the public sector. Indeed, if I recall, there was a minister also in charge of public sector reforms. Is your assurance to this committee that you will start from where they left off? Is that your assurance to the committee?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think you've exhausted your questions. Yeah. No, you please. Go ahead, Honorable, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, my dear sister.
Thank you, big sis.
Your ministry is the public sector reform area. I want you to tell me what public sector reform means.
Public sector reform means interventions that will bring out efficiency, effectiveness, and responsive public sector service and public sector service delivery. Thank you.
My second question is, in your response to one of the questions, you mentioned GIFMIS. And I know very well that GIFMIS is a system that has come up to help actually in monitoring and curbing the issue of some leakages, losses, and what have you. But if you go back to our districts, you realize that at a point in time, there are some of the activities or some payments that are normally supposed to be made, and the officers there will tell you, especially budgets, they will tell you that unless they get a response from Accra, they will not be able to make that payment. They have to get the input from Accra. With the reform, what will you do uniquely to ensure that people in Pusiga will not be waiting for a response from Accra before they are able to input and make payments, especially when there are very urgent matters to be dealt with?
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. some of those issues could be technical, it could be human. In my own way, we have to develop the infrastructure in such a way that things can be done through digitalization. And I want to work with the Communication Ministry to make sure that digitalization agenda is continued. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is a follow-up. Will you consider decentralization of the system to make sure that everything is done in the district?
Thank you very much. That is one of the pillars of the OGP that we have, and it's already in the system. And I was asked the same question, whether I would like to continue what is already in the system and even make it more robust. And I said yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my second question, what will you do deliberately to change the structures that are being used in some of the public sectors where you realize that, oh, maybe this activity should have been taken at such and such a level or by such and such a group of people, and yet where it is for now is not the best. What will you do deliberately?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think we thought of bureaucracies, and I already told this committee that bureaucracies have been there, but it is time that we do continuous engagement with the sectors involved so that we come to understand ourselves that things can be done differently using technology. It is easier to use technology and it's faster to use technology. Again, I will engage the other sector ministers so that we have a stakeholder engagement. We see how we can streamline things in the various agencies and the various services. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my third question. Most businesses mostly being run by our women, especially petty trading across borders. You realize that the women sometimes have a challenge of cross-border sales going and what have you. Because you are going to bring about reforms, and most of the ministries, you actually have the opportunity of dealing with them. I know it's under trade. What will you do to ensure that our women do not suffer the issue of stop at a border, waste time, pay monies, so on and I mean, they have a whole lot of challenges. Let's take it Togo and Pusiga, or Togo and Burkina, or better still, Timpani and Burkina. We know, and Togo, we know we are in Ghana, we are very close to Togo. Businesses are being run mostly by our women. What will you do deliberately between the two countries to make sure that our women do not continue suffering?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question has to do with a lot of ministers, a lot of sector ministers. It has to do with the Minister of Trade, it has to do with the Minister of Interior, it has to do with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So we'll engage, so that if there is an opportunity to engage the other countries, to streamline things and make things easier for our women, I will be very grateful. And I will do that as and when I am approved. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I am done, but there's a little follow-up. My follow-up is this. You see, I am saying this because at the end of the day, most of these women, as I have mentioned, are not mostly financially sound. I know we have Maslop, maybe we have other agencies that can support in whichever way. Will you consider discussing the issues of giving support to these women to enable them run their petty businesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What my sister just said is a concern to every woman in this country, that we want to help ourselves. And I believe that during the campaign, all of us, including my sister, used the fact that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has promised to give us a women bank. So I will try as much as possible to engage the gender minister to see how we can help our fellow women to have something, to put food on the table of their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I have no any question, my mantra, you see, I won't leave it. If I leave it, it will look as if I don't love you or I don't like you. So I will say, for those who want to always hear and want to take it and put on TikTok, make me more popular, I will say congratulations and bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Hajia. I will now come to my left and yield the floor to Honorable Patrick Boama. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Hey, Hajia. Honorable, congratulations.
Thank you, my brother.
A lot of key personalities in this country have been made to handle your ministry, where you are going to be. Dr. Kwesi Ndum, Usueche, Honorable Kujo from Efia. It's a very important sector that has received a lot of funding from the World Bank. A lot. And I'm sure during your briefing, you were told about the Public Sector Reform for Results project, which the World Bank gave the government of Ghana $35 million for some 16 very important agencies of state. I'm sure you've received some briefing on that. A lot of the frustrations Ghanaians go through some of these institutions, the DVLA, the Passport Office, the ministries, department, agencies, to enable them achieve some basic demands from those agencies, but yet they go through some serious frustrations. That is why I believe the President has also followed the cue from President Kufuor, President Mills, and President Mahama to make you a minister. What are some of the key deliverables that you want us to remember you for as Minister for Public Sector Reforms within a space of 4 years to have achieved during your tenure? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that question. I think my brother also forgot that the senior minister was taking care of the secretariat before now. I've gone to the secretariat, I've seen the work that he has done, and when I was asked this question, I answered in the affirmative that I will continue the work. Mr. Chairman, in my own way, I will go to the ministry, if approved, to follow what has been done. I've even seen the report where some work has been done. Some, they have achieved some results have not been achieved, and some has partially been achieved. So in my own way, I am going to make sure that I leverage on technology so that there will be transparency in that ministry, there will be accountability, there will be open participation of the citizens, and there will be engagement of government and the civil society. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me refer you to Article 198 of the Constitution. I don't know if you have your Constitution with you. It's a very straightforward question. It says...
Honorable Member, is that a follow-up or is it a new question?
Oh, Lydia, this is my second question.
Right. I just want to be sure. Thank you.
Hey. Chairman. It says that except as otherwise provided in this Constitution or any other law not inconsistent with this Constitution, the Public Services Commission shall not be subject to the control or direction of any person or authority in the performance of its functions. I know you are going to be working with the Public Services Commission, and can you assure the country that you are going to give them the independence that they require to recruit the right persons within the public service space? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this question was asked before by, it was a follow-up from Honorable Dafiamapo. And I mentioned that going to that ministry is going to continue the structures that are already there, to go with government policy and to make sure that the areas that need to be strengthened are strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We pray so, since the Chief Whip, who is the Chief Counsel for re-examination, has been very good to you. Can we look at page 2 of your CV? 1987 to 89, new job in secondary technical school, blank. And 2017 to 2020, managing director of Nyonyini Commercials Limited. Why is that space blank? Because from there you proceeded to Sandeman Secondary Technical for your O-levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I went through the 5-year system, and I started my secondary school education in New Driving. I did 2 years in New Driving, and I continued in Sandeman Secondary School. That is where I got my O-level. And then Norian Commercials. Norian Commercials is a private-owned construction company that I was given the opportunity to manage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have known you since you came to Parliament, and I want to tell you, you're a very honest person that I've encountered, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Umar, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. Madam nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, my brother.
I want to proceed on the question on change. You know, most people do not like change. And you are coming to a ministry where you will be implementing certain changes that will improve government delivery and especially to most of our deprived areas and remote in the country. My question is, what will you do to the bureaucratic, those who don't want the changes, especially the bureaucrats within the ministries? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the public services, the bureaucracy is there. It is an open secret that everybody knows that there is bureaucracy in the system. And if you want to have a change, you should engage them. Because there are people who actually benefit from the bureaucratic system. They benefit from the status quo. So before you can change them, you have to orientate them as to the reason why you want to change. You have to communicate your goals clearly to them. You have to orientate them. You have to take them through capacity building so that they will understand the reason why you want to change. Thank you.
I'm satisfied. My second question is, have you received any briefing by the Secretariat? And if you do, or if you did, what are the challenges that you will be facing head on the very day you assume office?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The challenges are many. There's limited resources to that ministry. There's bureaucracy, corruption. There is a lot of paperwork that we need to understand why there's a lot of paperwork. And even the scarce resources that they have at the ministry, it's not enough. Apart from funding, the resources there are not enough for them to work. Thank you.
This is a follow-up, and it's about the bureaucracy and paperwork. Will you consider reducing paperwork at the ministries?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Thank you. Last question. Have you heard the word OGP, which is Open Government Partnership Initiative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
How will you ensure the effective implementation of the action plan, OGP action plan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You look at the indicators in the action plan, and we have 16 pillars. That comes under 4 headers. And one is transparency, one is accountability, citizen participation, and technology and innovation. Thank you.
I wish you well. Thank you.
I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. I think I will come to Chief, Minority Chief, or you will that too. Reluctantly, yes, yeah, just one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Nominee, I saw that you copiously made reference to the Constitution and in particular Article 190. So you gave the list of public services. I also have cited Article 191, and with the permission of the Honorable Chair. So 191B with the permission of the Honorable Chair, if I may read, it says that a member of the public services shall not be dismissed or removed from office or reduced in rank or otherwise punished without just cause. Against this backdrop, we have a letter from the Chief of Staff asking that public servants who have gone through both clearances, both financial clearance, technical clearance, especially you having a background as a nurse, and 15,200 nurses, and other ones in Exim Bank, in NEIP, 11,000 teachers are being asked to go home without just cause.
Honorable, I think you came in late. This question has already been asked. So please go straight to...
But I'm only placing emphasis. And
it's been
I watched, so I know. They are not one and the same, but if chairman thinks differently. So this is my question. Do you think that their revocation has a just cause?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've answered the question before, and I believe that what I said was I will only be working there at the ministry as a matter of government policy. Thank you.
Okay, so Honorable Minority Chief Whip, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, let me join colleagues to congratulate our nominee, the Honorable Lydia. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I am enjoying your understanding and knowledge of the public sector. I'm enjoying it so far. My first observation is you realize that if you look at the antecedent and the evolution, pre-independence, post-independence, and even where we had military intervention in our governance system, there have been some good public sector reforms. And many of them dovetail into the implementation of the EPR, Economic Recovery Program, PAMSCAS, Structural Adjustment Program, and you have alluded to all of these. What, in your estimation, is the missing link so far? The missing link in terms of our drive as a nation to reform our public sector?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A number of them, I'm just going to mention one. One of them is political will. As a country, we should have a dialogue so that whatever plan we have, for example, the NAP5, National Action Plan, if successive government will continue from where one starts, I believe it will help us. And we cannot just do that if we begin to think that this is Party A and Party B. We should have a national dialogue, a national plan that whoever comes to the ministry will continue from where the other one have started. Well, I can see with the little briefing that I've had from the ministry that because of lack of political will, some people are employed due to favoritism and nepotism. And some people are also there who are not supposed to be there. Thank you very much.
You spoke to dialogue. Government that have come and gone. The holding of a dialogue has always been a prominent feature. It has always been a prominent feature. So if you are speaking to dialogue as, want of a better expression, a challenge, what do you really mean? And what do you intend to do differently in the context of dialoguing?
Thank you very much. In the context of dialoguing, I want to employ all sectors of all agencies of the sectors so that we can sit down and find out the missing link. 2, government alone cannot do the reforms. We need the private sector to be part and parcel as a stakeholder for public sector reforms. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, you do know, as I also do, that your policy of 24-hour economy is become very popular. Indeed popular. So, but I had then candidates, John Dramani Mahama, then candidate, who said that the 24-hour economy is optional. It's an optional policy to do or not to do. In that context, also carrying into the future that you are going to, as you define public sector reform, efficiency, effectiveness, digitalization, etc. What will be the relevance of your 24-hour economy, and how do you intend to buy into this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The 24-hour economy, His Excellency said to do or not to do, is becoming his policy. Wherever his policy direction is, I will simply follow that policy direction. If he's going to do the 24-hour economy, it will do us good. Me and you know that we are going to employ people in the security services who will take care of us when we will take care of businesses in the night. I know you are going to tell me that, oh, we have a lot of security personnel, but if we add more, it will help us. As to whether he will do or he will not do, it's a government policy. Like you people had in your manifesto the last time, 1 village, 1 dam, 1 district, 1 factory. It was your campaign message, it was your policy. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Honorable Nominee, I think we should watch some of the words. You know, you people, it's unparliamentary. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I withdraw that.
Please, Honorable, please.
Honorable Nominee, I think you are forgiven. Colleagues have forgiven you. In one of your statements, you said if, and you premise your statement that if the President, His Excellency, will implement the 24-hour economy. I find that very questionable, because I know His Excellency has appointed a substantive officer at the presidency who is in charge of the 24-hour economy. So the question of if doesn't come in at all. Is it the case that you are not aware, or you are not sure the 24-hour economy will work? Which is which?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In your submission, your first submission, you mentioned that the President said to do or not to do. So that if that I used was premised on to do or not to do. Thank you.
She defined public sector reform earlier. You recall you defined that, do you? Do you recall you defined public sector reform? Please answer.
Yes, please.
And so, based on your own definition of public sector reform, are you able to apprise us, and you have received some due briefing from your ministry, some of the important interventions by the previous administration, which you had already agreed that given the nod, you are going to ensure continuation and sustenance? Would you be glad to run us through some of them that you find important and should be sustained going forward?
Thank you very much. What I'm going to mention is captured in the National Action Plan 4 and is co-created with the National Action Plan 5. Those were the achievements in the public sector when it was being overseen by the senior minister, Honorable Osofo-Maafo. I recall during the briefing, I heard there was some activities that was done with the passport office, DVLA, BEFs and DEFs, just to mention a few. And again, in legal terms, some laws were also passed, some acts were also passed during the implementation of the NAP 4. So I think I've seen a couple of things that has been done. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm just rounding up on my questions. I'm rounding up. The advocacy on anti-corruption, you know, apart from the effectiveness, efficiency in the public sector that we've all been desirous of seeing, the call on anti-corruption is important. We have OSP, we have Attorney General, yet, the fight seems quite suspect. Going into this office, what are you bringing to the table towards the march fighting corruption in our country? What specific interventions would you want to undertake for you to be remembered for?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Some of the interventions I mentioned earlier is about the use of technology and innovation. 2 is about engagement. 3 is about capacity building of the employees or service providers. Thank you.
The success of our public sector reform interventions also depend on how we relate to the private sector. Do you agree to that?
Yes.
So, if you do agree, what interventions should we engage in to strengthen the dialogue between our public sector reform? Because if we reform our public sector and it doesn't cascade into our private sector reformation, it will be lopsided. So is it the case that you are not looking at it from just one angle? You're also looking at how the private sector and the public sector can both marry effectively.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Earlier on, I mentioned that the public sector cannot be reformed without engaging the private sector. So there should be an engagement between the public sector and the private sector. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this will be my last one. Honorable Lydia, you know, a number of interventions have started by the previous administrations, including His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency Atamis. They all did something. They intervened one way or the other. So, with the benefit of hindsight, in terms of policy and legislation, specific to this, policy and legislation, what will you do differently?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What I would do differently is to employ technology, innovation too, and then to engage with all the sectors.
Thank you very much, Leader. I will now engage Honorable Achampon on the 217. Same.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for coming back to me. Honorable Leader, congratulations. I have a quick intervention. You know, we live in a country where every worker or government employee is asking for better conditions of service. But nobody is talking about productivity. Do you have any plans to reorient the working class so that they will give out their best, increase productivity, so that they also get their share of the profitability that will be generated from their work?
Yes.
Thank you. Now I will let Honorable Roxanne, and then I'll come. Yeah, you're done. Yes, he just asked a question. Yeah, Honorable Roxanne, please.
Chairman, thank you. My wife.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
And congratulations to you. I am certain that our children are watching you from nearby, and they are happy about your performance. I have no doubt you will succeed. Thank you. Now, public sector reforms. It took on this name from about 2005, but from between the middle of the 80s to the 90s, there have been major reforms in our public sector. And so by 2005, when President Kufuor was about to end his first term, as part of the African peer review mechanisms, an office ought to be created under the aegis of the then senior minister, if you recall. And so concrete, deliberate government policies were channeled or were implemented via that office. Now, we've had reforms and within the educational subsector. Today, university admissions are mostly online. When we were entering a university, you had to purchase the form and fill and submit. Today, it's no longer so. Admissions are communicated via cyberspace. When you pass your West African exams, West African Examination Council exams, you can access your results online. And when you are qualified to progress, GES has rolled out a platform called School Placement. And so you no longer travel to your school to ask your headmaster to admit you. You were placed, and then you only go for your admissions. Now, you don't longer go to notice board to check whether you've been admitted or not. Land administration, major reforms. I recall championed by my own professor, Professor Kwame Jan, led the major land reforms. Land transactions are generally becoming smoother now, even though we still have bottlenecks. The judiciary, today court processes are filed online. Judgments are delivered via online. Or lawyers receive court judgments online. As part of our rules of procedure today, a defendant or a party to a case can be served online. Those are major reforms. In fact, as part of the first phase of the reforms, when the computerization project was introduced in the 90s, it led to the construction of the modern court complex in Accra under Professor Mills. Major reforms. And just a couple of months ago, the immediate past government was running or had an office for public sector reforms and had a project for reforms for performance. And it was led by the then senior minister, then senior presidential advisor on these matters. So, but the secretariat is there, they are operating. And our national program between 2018 and 2023, the 5-year program is ended. We need a new action plan. Will you consider finalizing that this year under your aegis so that we can have focused and improved sector reforms, especially even Parliament? We are about to go online. Consuls have been provided. Members of Parliament now can read proceedings on their consuls, correct votes and proceedings online. And statements of colleagues can also be posted online for members to comment on, so that this can be further improved. Because for me, in the public sector, the only constant is positive reforms. Will you consider doing that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. The NAP 4 is ending in June, and the NAP 3, and the NAP 5 has already started. It's supposed to start this February. So by the end of December, or at the end of the year, we are supposed to assess the implementation of the NAP 5. And it's one of the briefs that I had from the Secretariat.
Good. One other area within our public subsector that I think also will need your attention in terms of policy implementation is our BEVs and DEVs registry. I think you should consider rolling out a program where BEVs are captured contemporaneously, records of childbirth. They are captured and certificates are produced contemporaneously. You don't have to go for weeks and months before you get the certificate for the birth of your child. So should be DEVs. So that in our hinterlands, with an app, when the event occurs, it's entered, it's registered online, and a certificate online is generated. So this pension for people for amending birth certificates or date of births to cheat the system will stop. I believe if you do that, it will generate revenue, it will bring sanity, it will bring major reforms in that subsector. Because you recall, the issue of birth certificate became a subject of a Supreme Court matter for which there's an existing decision. Will you consider doing that for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. And if you look at it currently, you can register your health insurance online. So it can be done. Thank you.
And finally, will you consider introducing some reforms in our school feeding program so that we can monitor how the implementation of that program is impacting the schools? Because as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, a lot of issues have been raised regarding the actual impacts on our children in the schools. So that, for instance, where a caterer is supposed to provide meals to the DA primary school in Todome, in Southern, a simple app should be able to tell that, yes, today, Monday, the caterer did provide meals and of a certain quality to the children. It will cut the issues of caterers being given money to provide food, and yet they don't provide the right quantities, the right quality. The app will be a monitoring mechanism for circuit supervisors to tell whether this a social intervention program is being delivered as intended by government or not.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. If we are able to provide the infrastructure that will help us to monitor the school feeding and other things, it will go a long way to bring accountability and transparency in the system. Thank you.
Finally, the other area I want you to consider reforming is again within schools, but the secondary school subsector. Feeding or provision of food items to our secondary schools. It's a major focus of the Auditor General. And within the past couple of years, he's flagged in many schools, because the center may direct that, for instance, Peking Secondary School should be provided with 100 bags of rice. The supplier ends up providing 60 bags of rice. Because they need the food, they are unable to reject. They hope that the shortfall of 40 bags will come. It never comes. But if you roll out some reforms in terms of an app to monitor, to track when these food items are supplied, we can check that the correct quantities are supplied and on time, and also the quality. You must have heard recently that there were issues raised by the Auditor General regarding some expired food items provided to some schools. This reform that I'm asking you to consider implementing will also check that the quality of the food, the items, the efficacy, everything, manufactured, everything will be checked. So we can have an instantaneous way of determining if anybody will want to cheat the system. You consider reviewing that system for us, won't you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said earlier, I will work with the communication minister so that we provide the infrastructure that can do that for us. Thank you.
Chairman, on this note, I want to wish my wife all the best. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chief. I will now come to my left again and engage Honorable Patricia. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, I hear I'm supposed to call my wife in quotes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Lydia, adding my voice to the numerous people who have congratulated you, and I must say that I'm proud of you as an individual who, among the very few women that have been appointed, I know. people are asking, because, yes, and I must say that on somewhere in February, sometime last week or so, you faced a criticism from a private legal practitioner in the person of Martin Pebu, who questioned your suitability for the role of the Minister of State for Public Sector Reforms. Mr. Pebu argued that based on your credential, you lack the necessary experience to lead the ministry effectively. Do you think this comment stems from the patriarchal nature of Ghana? And if not, how are you going to position yourself to prove him wrong? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, my sister, for that observation. It is when people are in the public domain, everybody has the right to express his or her opinion. I started my career as a staff nurse, rose to the rank of a senior nursing officer. I have been in the public service for not less than 15 years. From there, I went to NADMO. I worked as a senior disaster management officer. My responsibility at the ministry, he has made a mistake by appointing me as a public sector reform minister. And I want to assure Ghanaians and lawyer Martin Pebu that if it is about your experience, they would have asked professors to be the president of this country because they have a lot of experience, they have learned a lot. Or the Minister for Health should have been a professor in health and not any other person. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Honorable nominee. Honorable Chair. Honorable nominee. You provided us with your task clearance certificate. And I made an observation on it. And I realized that in 2023, you paid more taxes than in 2024. If I go through your CV, you don't have any extra business going for you. And I believe that maybe we'll have to cross-check and find out what kind of information did you provide them to give you that kind of, because the 2024, you paid something far less than what you paid in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. What really happened in 2023 was that the previous years, I didn't file my tax returns, so I was given a penalty to pay, and that rose the figure to that level. Thank you.
Rightly so. There's something that I normally do, and it's since you are going to undertake public sector reforms, One of the questions that I would like to ask you, my sister, is whether you are very conversant with the Affirmative Action Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. Mr. Chairman. Yes, I was part of the discussions. If you remember, when we went to Koforidua together, I was a friend to the committee and I was part of the discussion. I can't read all the sections in that bill, but at least I have some knowledge about the Affirmative Action Bill. And it was one of the achievements of the NAP4 in 2023 and 2024. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Then to follow up, may I know what you are going to do? Because you are very much aware that women's participation in politics and leadership still remains very low. So what initiatives will you push to encourage more women to take up those leadership roles? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, my sweet sister. I myself am a role model. If I give you my story, you would like to be like me. So I'm going to mentor young ladies in that ministry to become what they themselves aspire to be, and to encourage them. In the old English language, they will say the sky is the limit. But to me, there is something beyond the sky that you can go. And I will tell them so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you aware that under clause 15, there's a specific activity that your sector will have to undertake to ensure the gender equity or inequality, finally, and therefore, and then also make reference to the third schedule. So, my honorable nominee, I would like to find out from you, what exactly will you be doing? Because there's a specific responsibility for you to undertake that action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I've not been able to go through, and I cannot remember everything that is in that act. But as you have brought to my attention, I will go and read and practice it and make sure that whatever has been provided there is achieved for the interest of women and for the interest of gender. Thank you.
That's exactly what I wanted to achieve. If it's happening on your blind side, I want to bring you to speed on that. And one aspect that we are also trying as much as possible to ensure that there will be reforms in that is that what strategies will your office adopt to ensure public funds are equitably allocated to programs specifically targeting welfare and women and children? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the ministry, I think there are already programs and policies at the ministry that is also geared towards women and gender issues. And when, by God's grace, I am approved, I will make sure that I will carry on that to the latter. Thank you.
And finally, Honorable, we are very much aware of how you became an MP and you have been found on record to indicate that you have performed far better than your predecessor. Could you please let us into what difference you have made in that respect? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My sister wants to know the activities that I've carried on in my constituency. My constituency is a vast constituency. I have a lot of activities to my credit. Currently, I have 2 chiefs compounds to my credit. I have given the constituency its facelift for 1 chief's compound. I have produced 500 dual decks for the schools. I have 172 students that are supported for the past 4 years. I have helped the education office for them to run their system, because sometimes their money doesn't come early. I can go on and on and on, but just to mention a few. But if you really want to know what I have done, I can provide that to you on paper. Thank you very much.
And finally, Mr. Chair, listening to you, answering questions from our various MPs who are here, contributors to your vetting, I realize that you've always been talking about the introduction of technology. But let me come into this specific issue. You've come under a very good exposure from our chief whip in the person of Honorable Dafiamakbo. Honorable, the Akufo-Addo government started the digitalization agenda. Digital transformation has the potential to revolutionize public service delivery. Yet many regions in Ghana still struggle with limited access to modern digital infrastructure. What initiative will your office pursue to modernize government operations, and how will you ensure that these digital advancements benefit both the urban and the remote communities across Ghana? Thank you.
Honorable nominee, just a second. Honorable Leader, His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo continued the digitalization agenda. It has long started, and President's contribute to it. Thank you.
Yes, duly amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During one of my answers, I mentioned that digitalization is a key driver to our public sector. But I cannot just say that I'm going to leverage on digitalization alone. It is from the Ministry of Communication that will provide the needed infrastructure, that will provide the needed communication gadgets that we can leverage on to be able to bring reforms into the public sector. Thank you.
I wish you all the best, my sister.
I'm grateful, my sister.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the Honorable Minority Leader, and then after I will wrap it up. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, on your CV, your last date of employment as a nurse was in 1998. Do you maintain that?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know which page my senior leader is talking about.
Page 2 of your CV.
Page 2 of my CV says that
Educational background.
Educational background. My last.
The other institutions that you are.
Yeah, my last educational.
And then you indicated the employment. So I just want you to help me on that. That's why I said, do you maintain that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you went to Central University to pursue a Bachelor of Science in Nursing between 2009 and 2011, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Were you on steady leave with pay, or you went on your own?
Please, I was on steady leave with pay.
Now go back to work experience. You have indicated that you worked between 2009 and 2011 as a nursing officer, Presbyterian Hospital, Boko, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, in other words, you left the nursing profession in 2011, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You benefited from steady leave with pay, and upon graduation, you left the service, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The state sponsored your studies, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And after the state has sponsored your studies, you left the system, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't leave the system. I was not working as a nurse. I continue my education.
No, Honorable Nominee, I am dealing with what you have stated on your own CV. So take it easy with me and appreciate what I'm saying. On your CV, work experience. In fact, you have signed on that page to authenticate the records, correct? Yeah, I need you to answer for Hansa.
Yes, please.
Yes. You benefited from steady leave with pay between 2009 to 2011, correct?
What
Bachelor
really,
of Science in Nursing.
Nursing.
Yes.
What really happened was that I went to school in 2009, and my salary was stopped in 2010.
Did you take a steady leave with pay?
I took a steady leave with pay, but Boko Hospital didn't sign for me because it's a church institution, not a government institution. It was under the administration of the Presbyterian Hospital.
So what about 2011?
2011, I sponsored myself in the school. Thank you.
So you left the system soon thereafter?
Yes, please.
After graduation? So how many years did you practice as a nurse? So your public service experience as a nurse is 11 years, correct?
Yes, please.
You okay or no? Ni ngbefa ni otayega.
Ofane no mi o colleague on kamami. Kanya mi me.
You no chunu ye jame.
Ofane da bi no mi ya school.
Ni le na ote bokono ya ote school ye jame, correct?
Ofane ni ngbe middle school na ni ya chano ye new job ngbe new job na ni transfer ya san ma secondary school ni ya gbe na ni ya chano ya bokono nurses training college ni ngbe ni ne ta cholete sixth form na.
When Honorable Patricia PJ was asking you a question, she conditioned her question. You did not condition your answer. I want to give you an opportunity to clarify. To help you, she said you had publicly stated somewhere that you have done far better than your predecessor. And the predecessor we know is your late husband. In your answer, you succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm not done. Your predecessor, in this context, as I want to understand, is your late husband. Would you want to clarify who the predecessor you are referring to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My predecessor is not my late husband. My predecessor is the former Deputy Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Yes.
Okay.
Honorable Kinka.
Okay, that's all right. He did one term. And
yes, please.
Your my dear did how many terms?
He also did one term.
So your issue of having done far better is only limited to Pengpa, not your husband, correct?
Yes, please.
Do I take it that it was a political statement? It was a political statement. You didn't really mean it.
It's yes and no.
You had an issue with Mr. Martin Kwegu's comments.
No, please.
No, you did, because you said if it were to be so, then we should be having professors to man our ministries, and the health minister should have been a professor. Are you therefore suggesting that you need to only be a professor to have the requisite knowledge? I just wanted to understand what you meant. Honorable Member of Parliament seated right by the nominee, be reminded that the nominee is on oath, and if you will be engaging in this, you will not be helping. No, please, Honorable. He's capable. She's very capable, please. She's very capable. Yes. Yes, proceed. I'm done with the question. I'm saying that you were suggesting that it only takes a professor to be considered for a political office. That's the impression I got.
Not really, but if his statement says that I don't have the requisite experience, I believe that he meant somebody who has the experience, a professor who has the experience in public sector reforms.
Okay. Now, you indicated on your CV that you read LLB at Mount Crest. You were done in 2016. Why didn't you do the bar?
Thank you very much. I tried bar exams, but unfortunately somewhere along the line, I had private issues, and came the big blow when my husband passed. So I didn't.
Are you really interested in this, your nursing profession at all?
I am. Leader, thank you.
Should there be a change of mind by His Excellency the President to move you to the Ministry of Health? How would you find it conducive to your profession as a nurse?
Thank you very much. I will still work perfectly at the ministry because I still have the experience. Thank you.
You have been on the countryside, and on this point, let me say that Honorable Ladi made a submission on the floor. I sat there and I was very touched when she spoke with passion about healthcare professionals in our rural communities and how our people are suffering. Is it really the case in your area?
Yes, please.
So would you encourage more recruitment of nurses in our deprived communities?
Yes, please.
Would you find it disturbing, a situation where, as you stated, there is a need to recruit more nurses, and that nurses have been recruited who are working, saving lives, and for some irregularities, supposedly, these nurses have to be sent home, as in dismissed? Would you find that disturbing? Because anytime a nurse is absent from a community, a life is in danger. You would agree with me on that?
Thank you very much.
I want you to answer without a partisan political hat. And your objectivity and your sincerity will shorten the process. I mean, I know you as a very sincere person.
Yes, I will be hurt.
Thank you.
If somebody should die because a nurse didn't come to work.
That assured, would you, as a public officer, I'm not even saying you being a minister of state. And I say so because only yesterday we were in government, and there were things that publicly we couldn't come out to say, critique our government, but in-house we could make suggestions to government that, oh, this particular policy, we hold the view that it could be varied, it could be done this way. Considering your peculiar challenge in your own constituency and elsewhere that you know, would you engage government to have a second look at this directive to terminate the appointment of nurses who were recruited after the elections?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think, respectfully, my senior colleague and leader, I've answered these questions sincerely, that it is about engagement, it's about understanding the issues, it's about we having a collective agreement as to how we recruit people into our services. That would help us. Thank you very much.
Now, we obtained some information as part of our background check. And, you know, adverse findings about us or comments about us are like a bitter pill on our tongue. All of us politicians. Sometimes we are in self-denial, but those are bitter pills for healing. So take it in good faith. The little exercise I'm going to do. Is that okay? Don't be emotional about it. So your constituents were interviewed, and this is what they had to say about you. She is described as competent and capable leader with the ability to mobilize the grassroots. However, some of her constituents perceived her as indecisive, making her susceptible to external influences. This is a perception, but we are also in a perception-driven enterprise. Having heard this, and having regard to the fact that you are going to lead a public sector reform, what assurances do you have for those who perceive you as indecisive?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe that
in the chamber will be considered guilty of this crime. However, you are on oath, so I would put it out. A section of NDC party supporters and sympathizers have accused her of not answering their calls. What do you say to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My leader has already answered the question for me. He said we are all sinners. And I pray that those people that I didn't answer their calls will forgive me. Thank you.
But what assurances have you for them?
And I
what
want to
media
assure them
measures?
that I will work on it and I will now answer their calls.
Now, can honorable nominee, let me suggest to you what I have done. Maybe it will help. Sincerely speaking, it's practically difficult to answer all calls. However, we, this generation, have the benefit of this social media. So I have employed some gentlemen who are managing that communication and are getting swift responses, from the office and getting the problems resolved. At least not 100%, but at least they are always responding to the phone call and relaying and responding. So I think you can adopt it with the necessary modification to suit your peculiar situation in your area. So try it. It's worked for me because it can be very overwhelming, so that's about it. However, they conclude by saying that you are known to be calm, a good listener, polite, respectful, and you relate well with people, especially your chiefs. So I would want you to take that, as a compliment and take advantage of those virtues to do your work. Now, there is also an issue that I need to bring to your attention. One of your own referees, you have provided referees, and one of your referees describes you as humble, respectful, but states strongly that you ought to be assertive in your dealings. Your own referees, one of them. It says that you are humble, respectful, but you ought to be assertive in your dealings. What do you say to that?
Thank you very much for all the narration and the compliments. Those who reveal who I am, I'm grateful. Once somebody says something about you, the person wants you to work on it. I will do everything diligently in my power to work on all those, my flaws. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, you have just been nominated for this public sector reform portfolio. By the way, where is your office going to be located? You said you received some briefing and all. Where are you going to have as your office?
Thank you very much. My office is just opposite the Ministry of Finance, an extension of the President.
Okay, that's story building.
Yeah, thank you.
Very well. Now, the NDC manifesto, do you have with you?
No, please.
Should I give you an opportunity to have it, take it? Can we excuse you to bring the manifesto to the table? Because we have some very important questions to ask about the blueprint that brought you to power. Chairman, may we grant nominee leave to have with her the manifesto of her party?
Granted.
Thank you.
Please, Madam Nominee, please sit, please. Unless you want to stretch. Thank you, Honorable Nominee. You're back, so we can continue.
All right. Please, do you have it now? You have it? We should wait, okay. Wait for the manifesto. That's what she just said. Honorable, please speak for the records. Honorable member wanted to know. Honorable nominee, please speak into the mic that you need more time to make your manifesto available.
Please wait, the manifesto is coming.
Please, do you have the manifesto nearby? Oh, okay.
Yes,
So
please.
you have the manifesto. Now, this document that has been handed over to you, is this your first time of seeing it? The one that has just been brought to you?
No, please.
So take us to the provision in this document that deals with public sector reforms. We can do some other exercise so that you can patiently take your time. Is that okay? Should we proceed so that you can take your time and check it later?
Yes, please.
Okay. Were you involved in the manifesto enactment? In the process of enacting your party's manifesto, were you part of the process? Yes, no?
No.
Chairman, that will be all for the nominee.
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know that we hold the manifesto dear to our heart, but it's not a driving license that you have to carry around. So if you don't have it, it's okay, but if you have it, it's fine.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I left it in my office.
That's great. I want to follow up on a question leader asked you about if you should lose your work. I remember I'm sure you remember the question. In the circumstance he described, will you be sad? And you said yes. Now, let me ask you the same question in another way. If you lose your job under the same circumstance he described, but you find out later that the proper process was not followed for you to get a job, and that you probably got a job at the expense of someone, would you still be sad?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mentioned earlier that we had issues at the public services because of political interference and political influences. We have favoritism, we have people that we've employed that are not supposed to be employed. So if, for instance, I was employed in a way that I'm not supposed to, I will not be sad, because that amounts to corruption, and that amounts to in accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, thank you very much. At this juncture, I think that we have exhausted all the questions, on the floor this morning. And
Chairman, with respect, except that in good faith, I yielded to you. But if next time you surprise me by playing number 7, the situation will be different. I rest my case.
Thank you, leader. At this juncture, I will go on to mention the names of friends and family who joined you this morning to support you. I have here Boko Naba's representative, Tempani Naba, Naba Abugri Kletos. Then I have Professor Amedu Ayebu. Then a third is Chiano P. Thomas Moore, the third, Chairman of the Upper East Regional House of Chiefs and Council of State. Number 4 is NDC Upper East Regional Chairman, Alaji Mumuni Naba. Mr. Prince Atan Idrisu, Tempani Constituency Chairman, Madam Telma Esiama, Chief Director, Public Sector Secretariat, Fazia Yakubu, Upper East Regional Women Organizer, former Regional Minister, Upper East, James Taker. Number 9 person is Honorable Dominic Azimba Azuma with his wife.
My final question, Mr. Chair. So I think I heard you earlier talk about an education forum, and we currently have, there is an organization, or there is another forum that has been organized or is in the offing, which is an economic dialogue. Is it a way of diverting attention and not dealing with the issues, economic issues directly? Or you guys, or the National Democratic Congress, headed by the President, has a master plan?
Mr. Chairman, I think that in our manifesto, President Mahama promised that he would have a national economic dialogue for all of us to brainstorm. And this is intended to build consensus on the way forward. In fact, President Mahama is focused on delivering, but it is always important to carry people along. And so all these fora are to build consensus so that we are all on the same page in the direction that President Mahama intends to send us. And I want to hope and pray that when the time comes, unlike Sinchi consensus, our brothers and sisters on the other side will participate in this one, so we all put our hands together to build a better Ghana, to reset Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that should be all. Just to wish him well. And I'm excited seeing Honorable Yusuf Jaja by him. That's another very supportive person on the Finance Committee. And I'm hoping to see him at his vetting as well.
Thank you very much. Honorable Umar, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, Honorable Ampi, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I was here with you from 2017 to 2020. I know we did a good job as backbenchers. I believe you've been to the ministry and received some briefings. And I would like to know from the briefings, how much debt are we going to inherit your government, or are you going to help your minister to settle? How much debt did you go there to meet? Thank you.
Chairman. Chairman.
Yes.
The rules are clear that questions should not be asked for which answers are readily available in official records of publications. So we all know the public debt. But you are a member of the transition team, Honorable John Jinapo. You know it. During the State of the Nation address, the President also, former President Akufo-Addo, mentioned it. It was in it. He is not there. He's not there. Don't lead the nominee into temptation.
Honorable members, let's make progress, please.
Just a second, Mr. Chair, with respect. The nominee is a good friend. You know, he's conducted himself so well, and so far it's admirable. I don't know why my honorable member wants to lead him into temptation. Why? He should just leave him to stay where he is. No. Honorable nominee, please stay on course and refuse his temptation, please.
Mr. Chairman, the only reason I want to refuse the temptation is for us to hurry up before Abenyomarken comes.
Are you done?
Then I'll change it. Thank you, Chairman, for still indulging me. Yes, honorable, congratulations. But how about inflation? Why is the country having so much? I think our inflational history is not been good. How are you going to help the minister to reduce that kind of high rate of inflation and bring it down to the levels where Ghanaians will appreciate the reset agenda? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the minister on this platform made a commitment that he intends to bring down inflation to 8% plus or minus 2. And I will support him to achieve this target. It is not going to be easy, but it's achievable. If you look at our inflation figures critically, you see that food inflation is one main driver of our inflation. And so any attempt to bring down inflation must focus on bringing down food inflation. And here we will work with the Agric Minister to boost food production. And also, you know, we are import-dependent country. And so when the cedi depreciates, it has a pass-through effect on inflation, although not perfect. So if we can strengthen the cedi, we would also be succeeding in our quest to bring inflation down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
I wish you well.
I now want to turn to Honorable Anodambre. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, let me commend you on how you are navigating and moderating the vetting. It's just admirable. Chairman. Honorable nominee, Honorable Pim, congratulations.
Thank you, Leader.
Ordinarily, I will not have questions. I mean, all of us know your worth in this House. Over the years, you've conducted yourself so well. And you are also, I am proud of you as an Easterner, a fellow Easterner. I'm very proud of you. And I know you will do Eastern region proud. Just one or two questions, which I'm sure you are capable of handling. In recent times, the Bank of Ghana, the BOG, has been in the news for one reason or the other, not too palatable oftentimes. You are going to assist the Minister of Finance. What is your understanding of the challenges the BOG has been going through in recent times, and what advice would you prefer going into the future?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the BOG has gone through some challenges. I think for the past 2 or so years, they've been recording losses. I think 2022, they posted losses of about 60.8 billion. And that was mainly because of their exposure to, because of the DDEP, it affected the Bank of Ghana. The following year, they posted losses again to the tune of about 10 billion or so. So currently, their negative equity is around 66 billion. I have heard people suggesting that we should use taxpayers' money to recapitalize the Bank of Ghana, but I think that in these difficult times, it may be too much of a burden on the Ghanaian taxpayer. I'm just hoping and pray that this year, maybe BOG will start having, making profit. So they plow back some of their profit to clear some of the negative equity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Pim, I know if it's last week or so, Government and Labour had agreed on a 10% increase in the base pay against a backdrop of some 23, 24 inflation levels. Do you consider that as fair and equitable?
Mr. Chairman, normally, in order to preserve the value of wages, one would have expected that it will be at par with the level of inflation. However, we know that the times in which we are and how difficult it is for the Ghanaian economy. I must say that His Excellency President Mahama himself participated in the negotiation and has had cause to thank labor unions for the smooth negotiations that went on. The Finance Minister has committed to work to bring down inflation. And if we are able to achieve this, the effect of the modest 10% salary increase will not be too much a hit to labor. And Mr. Chairman, if you look at it critically, the 10% increase on base pay is leading to more than 11 billion increase in the compensation bill. And so it is also our capacity to be able to do this. And so we are happy and we are grateful to labor unions for this smooth understanding. I believe that when the economy picks up, we will be in the position to do more for labor. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my friend is very patriotic and honest man. Are you?
Yes, I am.
So the erstwhile MPP administration, as you do know, offered some 30+% between government and labor. And yet, it was described as inadequate. we've come from COVID and all the difficulties associated. Your government, our government, is now offering 10%, and you find it acceptable compared to ours?
Mr. Chairman, I said earlier on that it is important that leaders demonstrate what they want Ghanaians to do. I believe that it was quite easy for President Mahama to achieve this because of the signal that he has given to Ghanaians. Look, it is significant, the decision by government to reduce the number of ministries from 30 to 23 and to reduce the number of ministers from 84 to 60. So the president is showing that things are hard. I'm tightening my belt, so help us to achieve this. And I believe that that is what is giving us the kind of smooth understanding that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is quite debatable, but I will spare my friend. I don't want to go into the nuance of it, because the answer is professed and is debatable. I could have or emphasize the other side of the coin, but it's okay. We'll leave it for another day. Or maybe we'll meet him in the chamber when it's budget time or so now. We'll go much into that. So I'll spare you on that. But
Leader,
yes.
Can I just, a quick one? It is also, when you are negotiating, these wages with the unions, it's also what you negotiate. It's an anticipation of what you expect inflation to be going forward. So if you do you're able to achieve a lower negotiation in terms of the rates and it's accepted, it means that the parties all believe that inflation will continue to go down. If the figure goes up, then it means that anticipation is that inflation will be much higher. So this is good news.
Chairman, you are actually participating in the vetting. That's fine. Let's give ourselves time. It's only time. Honorable Ampim, let me test your mind on this. Statutory, I'm just finishing. I'm finishing. No, I'll just... Statutory payment obligations. And let me limit you to DACF, NHIA, and GetFund. Your side had been quite critical over the years about payment of especially DACF obligations. Timeously, yes. Thank you, Leader. Are you coming up with something different in terms of prompt payment and the releases? You have been on the finance committee, so this is something you are very comfortable with. Are you bringing any insights to board which will help the minister to ensure timeous payment of these critical statutory payments, especially the DACF, which is very, very critical to our local government and our people down there? What are you going to do differently?
Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful. I'm a former district chief executive, and I am a firm believer in fiscal decentralization. And so in my debates on the floor, I have stated a number of times that we don't deepen decentralization when we transfer functions and fail to follow the functions with funds. And so when I go to the ministry with your help, I would work closely with my minister to make sure that statutory payments, particularly DACF, is done on time to allow the local authorities to function efficiently. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, you spoke to your other position where you were district chief executive, and it's captured on page 2 of your CV. Page 2 of your CV. Are there notable achievements that you can apprise this house of? The former DC for Esojaman, things you are very proud of.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as a DC, I led in the development of a Sojaman. I provided a number of clinics, school buildings. I did a lot, supported education, and that is why the good people of Sojaman continue to support me in my current capacity. Thank you.
The chair, still on his CV, page 2. Let's stay at the same page. Your role as Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization Secretariat, Office of the President. Any key lessons that you are carrying into the ministry?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Hey, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Mr. Chairman, yes, the IMCC Secretariat was a secretariat that was established to support in the coordination of decentralization issues. And when I was there, we were being supported by the European Union with a program estimate that was funded to deepen decentralization exercise. And we did a lot at that time. I learned a lot of lessons there, and I'm going to bring that to bear in my new role. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, he can take this on a lighter note. But now that the president has, found you and has nominated you to become, soon to become or confirmed deputy minister, your seat is one seat the MPP has been looking for a very long time. In my days as a youth organizer in the Eastern region, would you consider giving up a Sojaman seat now that you have been nominated as a Deputy Minister of Finance?
Mr. Chairman, is that what will make him recommend me for approval? But on a more serious note, Mr. Chairman, I rather would want to entrench the seat. It has been swinging. I took the seat from the MPP, and that is why you haven't forgiven me up to now. But I think I'm gradually making a statement that you should keep your hands off Sojaman. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, on that note, let me commend my friend highly for his nomination. I wish him well, and I wish him God's blessings. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hadia Lali, please, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chairman.
Take the floor.
I would have gone that way, but already I've given them more than enough job to be doing there because there's no news. So I will not go there. Let me congratulate you as an in-law. Maybe I've not been worrying you so much, so you don't know. But I appreciate you so much, especially being on the finance committee with you all these years. You have exhibited everything about finance on the committee and out there. And I believe that this appointment is in the right direction. I pray you succeed at the ministry. But I want to ask you one thing. Most probably, because you are not yet there, you might be assigned to be the deputy minister in charge of revenue. There is one loophole that I have observed. And I think and believe that if we put an eye there, it will go a long way to help us. If you are confirmed, it's the market tool. You see, in those days, we used to have what we call ticketing, giving of tickets and taking. You go, you give the ticket, you take the money, and you have to. Would you consider ensuring that we take up this form of making money or collecting revenue very seriously Because we have promised to take away the e-levy. And inshallah, we will do it. We need to get money. The issue of Donald Trump and making sure that the USAID doesn't function again is a big problem. We need money. Will you consider going out there, working, advocating, and ensuring? Don't become an armchair deputy minister, so that these revenues can be collected properly to support us, and for that matter, the market women, and also to make sure that, you see, the women's bank, that bank, the bank that we said we would make sure would come up to help, it comes to fruition, because I will not want to be asked. If I'm asked, I will come and ask you, will you recommend and work hard? If you are, because you cannot take the decision by yourself. You are a deputy minister, you are not the minister. Will you consider working hard to make sure that these market tolls are collected properly? When you are done, then I will come back with the last.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, market tolls are one of the sources of revenues to our local authorities, and so we will encourage them. I know that our assemblies are not able to generate enough revenue, and so we'll see what support we can give them to encourage them to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I know what some people will be expecting from me, but all I want to tell you is I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Hajia.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'll still stay on the right and give Honorable Shaibu a chance, and then I will come to leadership, and we will bring proceedings to a close. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
As for me, I won't talk about in-lawship. Well-deserved. A young man with a very big post. Tells the confidence His Excellency has in young men. I've said it here several times. And so, please don't disappoint, so that young people will not have the opportunity tomorrow too late. I know you will make young people very proud in this country. Let's do board. I know of cocoa board. I know of several other boards. But what is this animal called gold board? Can you walk us through what it's about and why you think that it's something to set up? What are the advantages that we seek to draw from that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the gold board is...
Chairman, just by way of bringing clarity to my learned colleague's question. So, you are not yet at the ministry. And if you've not been briefed, you've not been briefed. If you learn about it later, you learn about it. You know, just to be sure.
Okay, thank you, Leader. I was going to give the little information that I have about it, but I'll respect his views, and then because I was hoping I'll finish before he comes. And now that he's here and he's giving me a cue, I better take it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead. Is there a follow-up?
Chairman, leader has completely diverted the young man's attention from the very good question that I asked. But let me just go a little bit. So let's run away from the gold board. And I know as for Scholarship Secretariat and its problems, you cannot run away from it. I'm sure some of your constituents will be on the scholarships outside. the perennial issue of stipends not being paid and the rest of that, then they tend to blame the scholarship secretariat. But they don't manufacture money. You are the ones to provide money for the scholarship secretariat to cater for the students. Can you tell us what support you would want, or what advice you would want, or what plan you would advise your minister when giving the nod to make it quite sustainable, so that the students out there, we don't get the videos that we receive from various countries about the suffering of scholarship, students under scholarship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Respectfully, before I go to the scholarship secretariat question, I want to briefly say something about the gold board question that he asked, because I see that the gold board is something that the Minister for Finance is very passionate about. And if you will realize that even though we have been recording BOP surplus for the last couple of years, basic economics tells us that once we have a balance of payments surplus, it should strengthen, the local currency should be strengthened. But we are not seeing that, and that brings into question what is really happening. And the suspicion is that the forex that we earn all do not come back to support the local currency. And so the concept of the gold board is it is going to be analogous to the cocoa board, and it will be targeting the small-scale mining sector to make sure that the revenue we get from gold export is used to support and strengthen the cedi. The issues about scholarship secretariat is unfortunate. I think we need to plan properly, give scholarships to the number that our budget can support. And also the Ministry of Finance will have to support in the prompt releases of funds to support so that students don't get stranded in areas that are in other countries, as we have been seeing previously. So I will support my minister in the direction that he determines for us to be able to do these. Thank you.
On this note, let me wish you the very best in your new role.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of the leader, Honorable Patricia, and then the leader.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ampim. The nominee is one of a number of sons I have in this parliament. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you for making us proud. I know you're a very calm person, but I feel that it is about time that we also know who you are. So, Honorable, looking at your CV on page 2, would you like us to put it on record that Fairfax County Public School, because I observed that in one school you were a substitute teacher, and then you have another school, VRA JSS number. But Fairfax County Public School, I don't know where it is, whether it's one of the Ghanaian schools, or you need to indicate exactly what you do. You have our permission to put on record that is not in Ghana but is outside Ghana. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's in the U.S.
Honorable
Virginia,
nominee.
USA.
Yeah. Honorable nominee, have you ever served on the Committee of Gender and Social Protection?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In my first term in Parliament, I was on that committee. I was actually a deputy ranking member, deputizing Honorable Haji Aladi.
Honorable, I wonder why I don't find that on your CV. Are you ashamed that you were put on that committee?
Not at all. I'm very proud. I'm actually a he for she, so it is an omission, and forgive me.
Do I take it that you have your permission to correct it on your CV?
Yes, madam. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Nominee, get it corrected. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable nominee, my first question may be, what unique qualities do you believe make you the best person for this position?
Mr. Chairman, aside my experience, I think I'm a very good team player. And I have served under the Minister for Finance, Dr. Cecile Atoforsen, on the Finance Committee. And many of members here were also on the committee, and they can testify that I'm a very good team player. So I bring that unique quality to complement the efforts of Dr. Atoforsen to deliver on his mandate at the Ministry of Finance.
Honorable nominee, as a proud he for she ambassador, I'd like to know from you that many women-led businesses struggle due to lack of financial access. How would you advise your minister to advocate to support female entrepreneurs and other small-scale females in other small-scale industries? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, His Excellency President Mahama and Vice President Professor Nana Opoku Ajiman are passionate about this, and that is why they advocated for the establishment of a Women's Development Bank. If you are kind enough to recommend me for approval quickly, I would go and support the Finance Minister in the direction that he would determine for us to put in motion the process to actualize this important campaign promise. And that will help provide financing for female entrepreneurs.
Honorable nominee, my follow-up question is that, are you suggesting that we don't have other existing institutions that deals with such problems?
Not at all, but what I'm suggesting is that President Mahama intends to place focus on this through the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. I did not intend to suggest that there hasn't been any mechanisms to support female entrepreneurs.
Yes, sir. Then are you confirming that there are other existing institutions like the Ghana Enterprise Agency, and then the LEAP, and then some, and NIP, that's what I mean, and the Maslow, and there are so many.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there are so many that are available for everybody, both men and women alike. This is a special focus on women, and that is the only difference.
Honorable, who is going to be the shareholder for this particular intervention?
Mr. Chairman, these are fine details that I do not know. I would work with the minister to queue for minority leader. I want to defer some of these till I get to the ministry. Thank you.
Well, have you read your manifesto?
I have, but it's a source that I pray that the minority leader does not request that I go and bring it here.
I think you have to refer us to the provision of the women's budget. There's a clear provision. Please read it. Do you have it?
Unfortunately, no, I don't have it.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Minister, designate. Recognizing that women and children often face disproportionate impact during economic downturns, what specific measures will you introduce to ensure that our budget incorporates gender-responsive principles? Could you please give us a detail of how gender impact assessment might be integrated into the budget formulation process to allocate more resources to programs in healthcare, education, and social protection targeted at women and children? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one way that we can do this will be through the processes of our budget hearings. Following the passage of the affirmative action law, I think that the Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection must take particular interest in these and find out and draw attention to gender initiatives that can be seen in almost all the sector budgets and not only focus on the gender ministry's budget. And I would take a cue from my minister and follow through the direction that he gives in this regard.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I would like to find out from you, as a gender champion, he for she, how you're going to advise your minister or encourage your minister to improve on the budgetary allocation for the gender and social welfare and social protection ministries. You know very well that they have a number of programs, especially with welfare, social welfare, where inadequate budgetary allocation makes them underperform. I'm asking this specific question because there's the need to take some action now. And I'm asking you, as a champion, how are you going to support that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would hope and pray that by the time you approve me and President Mahama swears me in, it won't be too late for me to make any impact on the budget that will be presented in March. And so if you go through the process with dispatch, I would go to the ministry and suggest to the minister that we pay particular attention to the gender ministry's budget and make sure that enough provision is made to support all the programs that you have listed.
Thank you very much for your answers to our questions, and we're going to hold you to all the answers that you've given as gender champion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mama Pat.
And congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of the minority leader. May I invite you?
Honorable nominee, you have indicated on your CV, page 1, you speak English, Twi, and Guan. Which of the Guan languages do you speak? The dialects, the Guan dialects, sorry.
The Enum Bosuguan dialect.
Okay. So, what's the meaning of Wocheme?
I didn't hear the word well.
Wocheme. How do you say Wocheme in the Enum?
The way you are saying.
Okay. So, say, introduce yourself in Enum. Introduce yourself in the Enum language, dialect. Introduce yourself, mention your name, your date of birth, your work. Your people will want to hear you, and say a bit about your educational background, all in the Enum dialect, which is part of the Guan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Etreme Thomas Ampem, Inchu Enu Eneboso, Mini Amadora, Echu Enu Nemese, Monichu Boso, Nemasichu Enu. Kokomebo mi okurede ni we school kan abo enu ni mula ni we training college I can't say it in Enu language ne won kase de se mekede mi boy esimi bebre ne ende yeli esojaman onade se MP ne Yido se President Mahama ye Ableme Hana ne Umwabwa Dr. Atofos bo Ministry of Finance mo Amebi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Advise the youth of Enum on how to prepare themselves for leadership, even as they are young. What inspiration you want them to draw from you? Say that in Enum. Let them know.
Mr. Chairman, Enu Ebi Bosu Ebi, Dami Yoka Ene Sede, Ntese Ene, Enu Odani Wemi School Kana, Nesende in Yido, Mi de Fuda, and in Suhiasa Ni Husani and Yelian and Ibede Baboy Onyame. And so, eto ene boase, ekasiede, ebli obu ne enumde, ne onyankopon bebo ene nene so anyway so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So your constituency is Sojaman. So you have Enum people there, and you have which other group again?
We have the Enum and Boso, and we have Akwamu in Sojaman, but we have a very large population of Ewe settlers there. They are about 45% of the population, and we have Kropos there. That is why behind me you see the president of the Ewe Traditional Rulers Association, the Dademanche, as well as chiefs from Enum, Boso, and Akwamu.
But they are predominantly Akwamus.
No, the Akwamus are
percentage-wise.
The Akwamus are about 27%.
Oh, I see. I trace my ancestry to the Akwamu area. You know that?
No, Mr. Chairman, I didn't know that.
I'm telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it means we have a lot in common.
So I'll come home.
We'll be expecting you.
I don't know where I belong. Part of me, Futu and law, and then when we trace, they say, oh, Akwamu. So we all come from diverse places. That's how God wants it. So how is your tree, your proficiency in tree?
Mr. Chairman, before I come to the proficiency in tree, I'm happy that you have chosen to be at a Futu. So please, where you started tracing your route to Akwamu, stay in your lane. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I speak tree at the Akuapem tree very well.
So, say something about your experience in Parliament in Akuapem tree. Been in Parliament for 12 years. This is your third term, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Right. So your first 2 terms. Share some experience with us in Akuapem tree.
I'm a person who comes from Medjuma or Parliament Ofikasi, and it's a house of Afufra. If you ask me, I know any to now, so what the Ahubrasi, Penny, Awaya, Utimi, Esia, now also Wetimi, Enya, Apenya, Ayania, Ubetimi, Aye. Meba Parliament, no. My Juma our committees, baby, so bini gender, children, and social protection. Committee on gender, so my Juma our local government committee, so my Juma our finance committee, me and I'm a chairman of the budget committee, our 8th Parliament in Mansana. Yere eba sese adwuma no ade asa wo de wani eto ho a obetimi aye ni ye na so ni pa ni meda nyame ase se amame kwanya na meda esoja manfo so ase se wanyame mujidi na mrebia woso ma mese mi mesi won. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Do you speak some?
Not really, but Mr. Chairman, I'm sure I do better than the minority leader.
Do you speak Ghana?
Not at all.
Ebe esehogwa.
Mesevide.
Blonama ba madakuku e.
Madeku mesevide.
That is the unlock custom. Unko
Thomas.
So this is what you've been using to win the vote, right? So you go here, you pick something small, you pick, then you do this, then you've been beating our candidates. That's what you do.
Mr. Chairman, I was forced to learn it in the last elections because of what? No, not at all.
What about some Krobo?
Unfortunately, no, just the greetings.
Now, so why would you discriminate against the Krobo language?
That is the next language I'm going to use.
Why have you decided to keep it late? Why are you not treating it as priority?
Mr. Chairman, I'm treating my language acquisition is not that sharp, but small I'll get there.
Okay, so on your CV, education, professional qualification, have you done your national service? Did you do national service?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't do national service.
You do national service? Yes, no.
No.
Have you paid your taxes?
Yes,
up
Mr.
to
Chairman.
31st December 2024?
Yes, I have.
You have a copy with you?
I presented a copy to the Secretariat.
Is Parliament work, your parliamentary employment, is that the only employment you have?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
would you be surprised to hear that you do some other business apart from Parliament? Because you are telling us that you don't do any other work apart from Parliament.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a full-time parliamentarian.
Do you have any registered company in your name?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Prior to you becoming a member of Parliament, did you register any company?
Mr. Chairman, I think I registered a company with a friend some many years ago, but we never did any business.
But it's a company you registered. Would you be surprised to hear that your friend is actively working with this company, though you are a director?
That is not possible.
What's the name of the company?
In fact, I don't even remember, Mr. Chairman.
Let's go through your party's manifesto on this women banking.
Unfortunately, I don't have a copy.
No, I will take the leave of chair and to allow you to come with your manifesto. It's very critical. You are speaking to women's banking, and you said Professor Nana and the President are passionate about it. Let's speak to it.
Just a second. I said earlier, I believe we were here. I think now that I know not only you personally, but your team's infatuation with the NDC manifesto and our 24-hour economy, we will begin to arm ourselves with our manifesto. But as I said earlier, the manifesto is not a driving license that we carry around. So I would not expect the nominee, if he hasn't got his manifesto here, because it is not a requirement anywhere, that he should arm himself with it. So if he hasn't got it here, then unless you want to engage him with what you have read in our manifesto, which I know is a lot.
Chairman, when you rule on the matter, our duty is to yield in obedience. I will accordingly yield. I thought that since this is a major policy of the government and is contained in the enacted manifesto, it could help. It will help if we go specific into it. But that said, I'll proceed. So this women banking, let me ask you. Have you read it in your manifesto? Have you read it? Yes, no. Have you read it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I read it.
You did? What did it say?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you are here parroting policy. You say the government is passionate about, yet you don't remember what the women's banking entails. You don't.
Mr. Chairman, I said I don't remember because I do not want to be asked to quote certain things that I cannot get right. But like I said, I know that it was one of our main campaign policies that will establish a bank dedicated to support women because women have peculiar challenges and that treating them and men alike as the traditional banks do does not give them the needed attention and support that they deserve.
So how is this women banking going to be established? We need to know the infrastructure. How is it going to operate? Tell us how it's going to operate.
Mr. Chairman, those are the details that I said, that once you are kind enough to get me to the ministry, I will work with my minister and get you the fine details, and I will share that with you once I have it.
No, but you agree with me that your manifesto is supposed to be the blueprint upon which your mandate was given you, your mandate to govern.
That is correct.
And you also agree with me that, having spoken extensively about it, your suggestion is that you have read and you understand what the women banking is.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So are you going to open branches all over the country?
I hope so, but everything I say on this will not be official. That is what I hope, that we open a number of branches.
Leader, can I come in again? The nominee here is a nominee designated to be a deputy minister of a substantive minister. He's not a policy maker. He follows the policy directed by his minister. So if he doesn't know such a policy detailed question you are asking him, I personally wouldn't expect him to know if he says he doesn't know.
Chairman, we leave it to the jury out there. Now, unemployment continues to be a national canker, which you are aware. What's your own view about employees Ghanaians receiving employment insurance benefits, especially those who are unemployed?
Mr. Chairman, that would be a wonderful scheme, but it depends on if our economy will be able to support it. I doubt if we will be able to support it in our current economic situation, but once things pick up, I don't think it is something that we cannot do. It is done in other countries, and it won't be out of place for us to experiment it. But I recall that something like that was launched some years back under the Ghana Cares or Batampa program, National Unemployment Insurance Program or something of the sort by the previous administration. I'm not too sure where, the extent to which it was implemented, but it is something that when I go to the ministry, I would work with my minister to look at, and once the economy can support it, we can look at it.
In your manifesto, you promised to stabilize the national currency. You are aware of that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
As a deputy minister, what would be your advice on the approach to achieve this?
Mr. Chairman, price stability is one of the main functions of the central bank. The Minister for Finance has stated, and I even said earlier on this platform, that he has indicated that he would use fiscal policy to assist the monetary authority to achieve some of these things, and I would support him in that direction in the areas that he would determine.
We hear of broadening tax base and all that. Same as found expression in your manifesto. First of all, are you aware of that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
If so, how does your government intend to implement this broadening the tax base? What's your own understanding of the approach to be used in broadening the tax base?
Mr. Chairman, we believe that in a difficult time like this, the approach to rake in more revenue will include broadening the tax base, because any attempt to increase tax rates will be burdening the few people who are paying the tax anyway. And so we must aggressively pursue a program that will rope in more people into the tax net and broaden the base in order to rake in more revenue.
So let me ask you about tax incentives. The 1D, 1F policy was aimed at helping the private sector to be more productive, to be more efficient, and also produce at a cheaper cost in terms of the raw material and the machinery imports. Your party opposed this, correct?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, no. Your party opposed this, correct?
My party supported tax exemptions, but it got to a point that we thought we should pull the brakes.
So in principle, you are not against a 1D, 1F?
Mr. Chairman, no, we are not against 1D, 1F, but we realized that the rate at which tax exemptions were being given out was alarming, and also we did not feel that there was a fair and scientific approach in selecting companies that would come under the 1D, 1F exemption regime. And so we did a lot of things together. I recall on the finance committee that leader himself and I were on, we had back and forth on these. On one occasion, the exemption request that was brought to us, when we rejected it, it went and came back with a drastic reduction in it. That in itself was a red flag to a lot of us. And I must say that the opposition to the 1D, 1F towards the end of the last parliament was not something that only our side stood against. There were some people on your side who agreed with us. So I thought that it was something.
Who on our side?
Something in the interest of Mother Ghana that we felt that we should object to this.
Okay, Honorable Nominee, let's stay there a bit, because you see, first, you say some people from government were against the tax exemption policy under the 1D, 1F. This is for public record. Tell us who and who were opposed to it. I want to know from you.
Mr. Chairman, I was referring to the Finance Committee deliberations, and that is what I'm saying, that on the committee, discussions that went on, we know that it wasn't like on party lines. We thought that we built consensus, and a lot of members on both sides agreed that some of the 1D, 1F exemption requests could not be granted.
Thank you very much, Chairman. On this very important issue of 1D, 1F, the decision of the committee, the then Finance Committee, was to take out the raw material components in the application, and we did so. That led to the reduction in the value, and Honorable Ampim participated, out of which we generated a signed report. It was its laying that was objected to by the minority at the time. All of us, we generated a report. We sat at Aliza Hotel for over a week and did what the House, as directed by the Speaker, requested us to do. So it's not as if some members on the majority side, there were some discordant voices before the directive. But after the directive, there wasn't any issue. The report was generated and signed, ready to be laid. And we worked so hard in reducing the figure from about $300 and something million to about $100 million, representing over 48 companies to create over 200,000 direct jobs. That is the work we did. Honorable Achampong was there, Honorable Ampem, they all participated. Honorable Adongo, they were all there. You can ask Honorable Atufosin. The minority leader was a member of the committee. We worked so hard on that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that is what I want all of us to share. I mean, that glory is what I want all of us to share, that we work together to reduce the amount that we initially were called upon to give away in tax exemptions from the 340-something million that the immediate past chairman of the Finance Committee mentioned to about 100 million. That is a glory that I don't think minority should take. I think we all did this together. And honestly, Mr. Chairman, I feel that it is important that either Parliament or an institution conducts some analysis of the impact of tax waivers that we have been giving out to advise us as to whether the benefits is worth doing it and what modalities we should have. It is something that I feel passionate about, that we need to have something to guide us as a House in granting some of these waivers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, you see, certain submissions must be properly placed in context. If you say that upon scrutiny, the figures reduced, that cannot be correct. A decision was taken that the raw materials component should be taken off so that the exemption would be limited to machinery. It isn't the case that there was an abuse in the system or that the figures that were brought, somebody had inflated. You see, but the point I want to make here is this. We are a country that wants to support the private sector. And you and I agree there is a private sector that creates the employment, not the government. Therefore, any initiative aimed at helping the private sector to thrive must be supported. Now, your party, in principle, opposed the 1D, 1F policy. It is the reason why certain decisions were made by your side. I want to know from you whether, as part of your policies for the private sector, your government is going to introduce any tax exemption regime for the private sector.
Mr. Chairman, if my government would introduce any tax exemption regime, it should be done sparingly. I feel that the way the tax exemptions under 1D, 1F was given was too much. And like I said earlier on, I felt that it was important for some work to be done to ascertain whether we were getting value for it. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chairman, you can come in.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think it's important to correct some information put out by the minority leader. With this tax exemption, there was a particular company. When they submitted the request, it was around $256 million. Upon going through the document to raise the issues, they withdrew the application, came back, and it reduced to $142 million. This is the issue the nominee is talking about, not the later, when Honorable One became the chairperson, then we put all together, we'll tease out all the raw materials and the rest. That reduced from 300 to 100 and something million. Originally, when Koku Kwatun was the chairperson of the committee, we did the work and reduced it from 256 million to 142 million. That was the issue the nominee is talking about. So the issue put up by the minority leader that we did not support tax exemption is entirely not the position of the minority. We supported the granting of tax exemption, but we got to a point, the numbers that were coming, we couldn't contain it any longer. That was why we took that position. So the Constitution is very clear on this matter. We cannot say we don't support granting of tax exemptions, but we needed to put the brakes so that we can make some savings for Mother Ghana. So we still support 1D, 1F, and we support granting of tax exemptions. But we need to do things at the right time. Thank you very much.
Leader.
Honorable nominee, before I ask my next question, Chairman, the respected colleague to my right has sought your leave to make a statement, not to even ask a question. I'm compelled to respond to him. The records of Parliament will reflect the views they express on the House floor through their minority leader. They said that they were not in support of the 1D, 1F, and that they were opposed to it. It is the reason why they physically prevented even the laying of the report. The practice of Parliament is for the minority to express its view and for the report to be delayed, a vote taken. This was a situation where the NDC minority prevented even the laying of the report after there had been some concessions and some agreement that all parties had signed to the report. The words of the then minority chief whip were that if the report was laid, there would be chaos on the floor. As to what he meant by chaos, it is for him to determine. The speaker called us into conclave, had a discussion. They said they will not allow. If today, we, the 88 minority, we call ourselves the mighty few, should we say that we are opposed to your policy, yet will not allow you to use your majority to lay and take a vote, how would you feel? So he shouldn't go there. The 8th Parliament, a lot of things happen. you use, your might, brow, to have your way. We cannot even do that to you, a percentage of that which you did to us. So don't create the impression now that the NDC minority, as you were then, supported tax exemption. Hansard would expose the position you took on the matter. So don't let us go there and unduly delay this vetting process. Don't let us start a debate. You acted in bad faith. You said you were opposed to it. You frustrated government. Individual companies that had come, made presentations, you frustrated them. And you even said publicly for Hansard that because the elections were getting closer, these companies are companies that are affiliates of MPP and they were going to support us in our campaign. So don't say today that you are not against it. Rather, tell us that posterity is now dealing with you and you know that you will bring exemptions for us to deal with on the House floor. That said, let me proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we must put this on record too. The Honorable Minority Leader will testify that, and he knows, parliamentary record will show that we supported many 1B, 1F tax exemptions, and the reports were brought to the floor by consensus. So the position that we were against, it was just at the latter part.
That's our reference point, please. I say context in this exchange.
Okay,
Let's
so in that
context.
case, okay.
So when I became the majority leader, the tax exemption applications that I came to meet, we met at Aliza, we agreed that the raw materials component be taken off. We were all added. Fortunately, members of the committee are still here. Jaja is here. You are here. He is here. Question is, after we had all agreed and done the report, you came to the House floor to tell us that you are opposed to it in spite of the agreement. Those companies are suffering. Now we are not in power. It's Ghanaians who have suffered, and these companies are still knocking at your doors. We know. And we know that you would want to bring them after your budget, bring these same applications for us to consider. Tell us that you've been caught by your own mischief and bad faith. So don't say generally you've always been in support of tax exemption. I'm referring to the last one, from February 2024, all the way till election, that you prevented Honorable Buama from laying the report. You said there will be chaos.
Leader, just to remind you, just to remind you, 1D, 1F is a methodology of a policy. The policy is to industrialize. And neither the MPP or the NDC is against industrialization. So it is not industrialization that we are against. There may be certain aspects of your methodology that were problematic. And that I will admit.
Chairman, I agree with you. What I'm saying is that as a government, we listen to the concerns of the minority. And the minority grounded its concerns on the huge numbers. And we came to a consensus to take away the raw materials component. And a report was made. Then you did a U-turn on the floor to threaten chaos and prevented the chair from laying the report. That is a fact. So on record, you had said you were opposed to it. So let's end there. Now, Honorable Ampim, what is your view on this, your 24-hour economy? Explain to us your understanding of the 24-hour economy.
Again, before you come in, 24-hour economy is the methodology for industrialization.
I agree. Chair, I agree, respectfully. So explain to us the methodology for industrialization, which has been cliched by your party as 24-hour economy? Explain to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my party is advocating that we run a 24-hour economy where certain category of jobs can be done round the clock. This will provide extended hours of work and will provide job opportunities for many people. And if you look at our manifesto, I know that we listed some public institutions that can immediately provide a 24-hour service, like the passport office. And recently,
mention those public institutions.
I've mentioned one, passport office, DVLA, and others. Recently, I heard the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, stating that they are going to initiate processing of passport 24 hours. These are areas that we think that we can work 24 hours, employ additional hands to do the jobs. On this platform, the finance minister said we would also focus on the real sector. And so these are things that we intend to do. And as a deputy minister, I want to remind Minority Leader that, as he rightly advised, I am a deputy minister nominee. And so if he is kind enough to release me and I go through the process, I will go and assist my minister in the direction that you said. Thank you.
Now, so what is the real sector of the economy? If you say your minister said you are going to focus on the real sector, what do you mean by that?
We are talking about the productive sectors. We are talking about road construction. I don't see why we cannot do road construction in the night, as we see in other countries. If we are surfacing the 37 to Medina Road, looking at the traffic there, why can't we work even in the night when traffic is less? So there are a lot of things that we believe that we can do around the clock.
So do you have any idea of the cost to government in this? Because all these are private sector engineered. Are you going to provide some incentives to the private sector to enable them achieve this?
Rightly so.
What are some of the incentives they should expect? The nation is listening to you. Tell the private sector what incentives they should expect in fulfillment of this 24-hour economy promise.
Mr. Chairman, one thing that we talked about was reduction in the use of power for certain times of the day. If you enroll in the 24-hour economy, off-peak period around midnight when everybody you can actually get incentive for enrolling in the 24-hour economy if you are working round the clock, and you get some reduction in the rate of power that you use because you have enrolled in the program. We also talked about enhancing security, that because the 24-hour economy will require that people work in the night, it will be important that we boost security so that those that will be minded to do it will feel safe and to do it.
Okay, so let me understand you. So what you are saying is that there will be a desk where company would have to register as 24-hour economy entities, correct?
Mr. Chairman, His Excellency President Mahama has named Mr. Guzitano as the one in charge of the 24-hour economy, and I know that he's working on the policy. In due course, he would share that with us. Anything I say may be a conjecture.
Don't say that those who be enrolled will get some tariff reduction and all that. Then take that out.
Mr.
Because
Chairman,
then that would also mean another form of conjecture. You are now telling us that, listen, you are now telling this country that there is somebody who is now seeing to the modeling of this 24-hour economy policy. That's what you are telling us. And that you don't want to commit yourself. Meanwhile, you are telling us that the 24-hour economy, those companies who would enroll on it, will get benefit in terms of electricity tariffs, and if they do at night. Honorable Ampim,
Mr. Chairman, that is...
Can I finish with respect? There's a difference between a campaign talk when you're on the rally, say 24-hour economy, you know, saying that people will be weeding at night, going to their farm in the night. This is Parliament. Please, don't try. Don't try. Is the policy now being enacted? Tell me so that I end here. Tell me.
Mr. Chairman, I said that the policy is in the process, but I also mentioned that yes, is in the pipeline. But I also mentioned that the policy envisages that there will be some benefits to those who enroll in it, and the benefits includes reduction, time of use.
Ghana for being humusu by papa. What the interest?
Leader, I think you are actually jumping the gun. There is a man. Please, it will still continue to be peaceful. We have a manifesto and a policy. The manifesto eventually will feed into the policy. Somebody is out there that he had mentioned who is fashioning out these policies for us to get the details. In the manifesto, we did not say anything about we will give a tax exemption of this amount, or that will come in the policy and in the details.
So when you were, what do you say was contained in your manifesto? Tell us. Chairman, you are not on oath, but you are explaining.
Yes. You're still engaging me. All right. The promises given in the manifesto does not come with numbers. The numbers will come in the policy. And they have to put it together. Yes, you will have a first visit with a budget. And you can then ask questions out of that. To ask the nominee, the deputy minister, about these details, first and foremost, is unfair. And he is not in the position to articulate what you are looking for, which is how much we are going to give in exemptions and all that. That is what it is. And he is not in a position to answer those questions. He wouldn't be. I would be surprised if he is. That's the point I was trying to make.
Chair, though you are not a lawyer, but you've just given a certain ventilation that you've led him into a stage where you are telling him that don't answer questions on 1D, 1F. Very well. Honorable Ampim, you know your party promised 60 ministerial appointment, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Should we expect more technical advisors to the ministers and deputy ministers?
Mr. Chairman, I am sure that number of technical advisors that we will have will definitely be fewer than what...
Than what would deal with your matter. And Honorable Ladi and Co should pay attention to your answers.
No, Mr. Chairman.
I'm asking you, should we expect more technical advisors, yes or no?
I hope not. Mr. Chairman, I am not in the position to answer this question. I am not the appointing authority.
Would you be required to take technical advices?
I wouldn't know until I get to the ministry.
So when the need arises, would you take technical advices?
Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of officers at the ministry that are supporting us. If there is a gap and there is a need to have a technical advisor to support, I will consult, and if that is allowed, why not?
Some people are saying that this government is a civil servant government. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't quite understand the question.
That this government is not a politician's government, it's a civil servant's government. What do you say to that?
If it is because we are reducing the number of ministers and that will rely on civil servants to bridge in the gap, then probably, but I don't think we should call it a civil servants government, because in any case, the reduction is about 24. So are you saying because we have reduced ministers from 84 to 60, the government has become a civil servant government? I don't quite understand the analogy.
Now, let me try and close up with this. You are aware that the president has only one term and not beyond, correct? You know that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you know that very soon there will be internal competition as to who becomes the successor in your party, even as you're running a government.
That will be in all political parties.
That's we are talking about you. For now, I'm talking about NDC. Let's stay with you. You would agree with me that very soon there would be internal contest as to who succeeds President Mahama within your party for 2028 election, correct?
Mr. Chairman, as long as President Mahama will not contest in the next election, definitely there will be internal processes to select another flag.
And if you agree, how do you assure the nation that you would do what you can to ensure fiscal stability?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not too sure how the internal politics would affect our resolve to manage the finances of this country. But if there are any of those external issues, I'm sure we'll be able to navigate through.
You are a young man from Eastern Region and above 40. If they approach you to contest, would you?
Mr. Chairman, to contest for what?
Flag bearer of your party.
Reverend said it is possible, but Mr. Chairman, I don't have any such intentions.
Clarify this for me. On your CV, you said you did personal banking job at Wells Fargo between 2008 and 2010 whilst you were in the US. Was this on part-time because you were also schooling? You stated that you were doing your master's between 2008 and 2010. You entered You said you got to America in August 2008. And then you're also saying that you started as a personal banker at Wells Fargo in August 2008 to 2010. Can you clarify something there for us?
Mr. Chairman, I worked full-time. My graduate school programs were in the evenings, so I combined work with school.
Very well. Chairman, I think that will be all for the nominee.
Thank you very much, Leader. Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to be wrapping up. First of all, I congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
Mine will not be a question. I've just got two sets of advice for you going to work as a deputy minister. And the advice were out of two issues you raised. One of them is to do with this procurement which is done outside, budget lines in terms of what's the system again?
Gift mix?
The gift mix system, which was created or was implemented over 12 years ago when myself and the finance minister were deputies in where you are going. It's quite troubling that 12 years later, what the system was supposed to cure in terms of not having any procurement or any project signed outside the site of the Ministry of Finance, that anything that happens in this country in terms of project that the government of Ghana is going to eventually pay for should be known at the Ministry of Finance, so that at the click of a button, the minister can see all the projects in this country that are basically to be paid by the government of Ghana. It is still surprising that project and procurement are still happening outside. It is something I know your minister is passionate about, because he was more or less the architect when we worked those days on this. I'm just advising you that support your minister in streamlining this system to make sure that whatever happens anywhere else in the country, it's actually with some recourse to the center, which is the ministry you are going in. And it was when he was a deputy minister that he had a responsibility of working on that. So I believe that it's one area that if you are asked for, I can see you are passionate about it, you are asked to give any support, it's one area that I think you should consider. And your minister knows so well about it, and I'm sure will give you the support that you need. The second issue is to do with an issue that Honorable Dr. Bwaku, I think Bwaku, raised. And also that is something that as a deputy, I think you should take a lot of interest. It will help all of us in this country. Because of the situation that we are in at the moment, obviously to do with money, if I should put it bluntly, as a result of being shut out of the external bonds market or the external commercial market, and also lack of confidence in our domestic bond market as a result of the what is come to be known as a haircut, that is the domestic debt exchange program. The concentration, and it did not just start when this government came into office. The concentration, since we need to finance our deficit, is being done heavily on the treasury bills. And that is one of the reasons why the treasury bills is basically going up in terms of rate. So, you need to help your minister in smoothing the long end, because all the instruments are being taken at the short end, which is not sustainable. We should move to the long end by smoothing it, so we can have people get confidence in borrowing in the long dated area or space, so that we ease the pressure on the short-term treasury bills. This is just an advice that if your minister call on you to support him in that direction, it's an advice that I'm giving you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Advice well taken.
On that note, I would like to acknowledge those loved ones who have come to support you and thank them. First on my list is Mrs. Mary Joanne Ampim, who is the wife of the nominee. Nana Asare Akoma, the name given to me here, sorry if it might be a typo, who is Akomu Dontehene, Krontehene, and Osahene Into, who is also Krontehene of Enum, traditional area. Osahene, yeah.
It's another one by you.
Yeah, okay.
This is signed by you.
Okay. When we get a nominee from Efutu, I'm sure who call on your name. Nana Ansa Prem Akosombo Hene Tobwe Achu Habo, President of Ewe Traditional Rulers Association, Esojaman. Ne Abena Sefa the first, the Paramount Queen, mother of Bosugwa, and then Ako Chaso Nyako Yabua, Bosomahini, Ne Tete, Nana Odia the first, Krobo chief of Isojaman, Akujiaman Nana Kwesi, and Nane the fourth, Adontehini, of a new traditional area. Lucy Awuku, who is a sibling, your sibling, and Right Sikanku, constituency chairman. I thank you all very much for coming to support your love.
Final question. My third and final question. My final question has to do with Ghana police. I visited to many of our barracks, especially in the bigger towns such as Accra, Kumasi. In the case of Accra, let me use Central Police Station as an example. You go there and you see where our police officers are living. In most cases, you see officers having a lot of their items, i.e. fridge and other things, being kept out or outside their rooms. As a deputy minister, would you, if it so happens, advise your minister to look at redeveloping these strategic places, first of all, to provide more accommodation for our officers, and secondly, decent accommodation for our officers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am certainly going to support my boss to look for decent accommodation for our officers. And going through their books, there's evidence that they are taking advantage of the fact that they are now sitting on some prime lands. And in collaboration with the private sector, they are getting some infrastructure built outside. And then in exchange for some prime lands, in the city center. And I think that is about time that happens on a larger scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this is I am done, so let me take the opportunity to wish my Pontawa well. I wish you well.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think I'll now move to Honorable Reverend Intim. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Talabi, on your nomination as Deputy Minister for the Interior. You are a fourth-term member of Parliament, and with the previous experience as Deputy Minister for 6 years, 2 of which is in record as Deputy Minister for Defense. With this background, coming into the office as Deputy Minister for the Interior, what specific reforms would you forcefully suggest to your minister in the quest to improving the sector?
Thank you very much. To be honest with you, looking at Ministry of Defense as against Ministry of Interior, you realize that though they are also supposed to provide security, their area of jurisdiction is different, and therefore whatever tactics or whatever program they deploy may vary a little. But I believe that there are a few things that I think that when we introduce into these other services will help. And I remember 8 years or 12 years ago, I was here for a similar vetting. And I told the panel that I went around the military institutions and their installations. And one thing remarkable that I saw was a description that if you fear maintenance, try accident. I think that concept is what drives the military in terms of what they need to, their sustenance, in terms of what they need to protect this country. They will go at all length to make sure that they provide whatever they need with some justification. And I think that that can also happen within the other services, and it will help. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, to the nominee, Alteza Travel is one renowned global tourism organization.
Just a second. Reverend, is this your second question? Thank you.
Including many other organizations who have done global rankings. In 2025, they ranked Ghana as the second safest place in Africa. And globally, they ranked Ghana as safer ahead of Australia and Canada. What would you suggest, or what would you do to support your minister to ensure the enviable state of security we have attained rather improves, sustained, and that we do not get into declining state of insecurity?
Well, thank you very much. I think that with that finding, what it means is that we are doing something right. But come to think about it, you realize that there's still room for some improvement. And I listened to my boss, to be. He made some, recommendations in terms of, deploying technology where it is lacking for policing and other, services under the Ministry of Interior, so they can discharge their duties creditably and then bring more, safety, into our country, so we can continue to get the kind of ratings that we are having now. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, to another substantive question. What is the status of Dr. Akufo-Addo, the IGP of this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish I could tell you. But I'm a deputy minister to be, and I am even not yet there. I've not even had the opportunity to sit in any meeting, to even, eavesdrop, sort of, but I cannot answer this for now. It is for the president to decide. Thank you.
A follow-up to this. Given the sterling leadership record of the IGP within the period of his tenure and the reforms he has brought to improving the police service, would you advise that in line with maintaining the security sector governance integrity and to promote professionalism, that he is maintained to full term to continue the good work he's doing for Mother Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I said, I wish I had that authority, but I don't have. And the appointing authority may be looking at other things other than what you think is the case. I don't know whether this is a very good platform for me to give you a particular example. Sometimes you think you are doing your best as a football player, but your coach will substitute you. What he sees outside, sitting on the bench, is different from what is happening on the field. What you see on the field. So let us leave it to the president, the appointing authority, to decide. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Honorable Deputy Minister nominee. I wish you Godspeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I will come to my right and take two on if there is a subject matter or any other. But I'll start with the subject matter if there is one. Otherwise, yeah, okay, so let's start with Honorable. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. 2 weeks ago, I had a fire outbreak in my constituency, and to get the NADMO to come to our aid was very difficult. In fact, I was directed to the National NADMO headquarters, and they kept tossing me. At the end, I had to, make ways and means to get relief items to the people. How are you going to support the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, for improving disaster response? Quick response, yeah.
Thank you very much. As I said, you require funding for such operations. And I believe that my boss, as I said here, has some very good working relationship with the finance minister, and therefore would always be at his door to get him to support the services under his ministry. And I will do the same if he gives me the opportunity to do follow-ups for him. I'm going to do that to get finance to support us. We know we are in difficult times, but will help. Our constant reminder would help in prioritizing some of our institutions that are very important when it comes to maintenance of our, peace, security, and safety in this country's concern. Thank you.
Are you done, Honorable?
Last one. Prisons. It's a very big issue. I visited a friend recently, and I think overcrowding is a problem. What are you bringing on board to solve this issue?
Thank you very much. Once again, I will make reference to what my boss said. My boss to be said over here. But then I'm giving you one in my constituency. the last time I visited Akusi prisons, I felt very sorry. My friends that I went with, some of them were in tears. Because, I mean, it's a place that any of us can be at any time. And therefore, we need to be reminded that they are there. And they also need to, live like us. After all, the essence of keeping them there is to reform them. But if you are reforming somebody and you don't take good care of a person, they come out with, various diseases here and there, skin rashes, whatever. They don't even, when they come out, that's one of the reasons why people will not want to associate with them. So, there's this idea of partnering with the private sector to build prisons so that we can rent, like happening in the US and other places. We would have to look at that. The other thing too is that some of the prisons in what would be described as prime areas now can be relocated. We get the private sector in exchange for better, bigger places outside where you can get cheaper land. Because I don't think that it is, at all costs, the prisons must be where they are now. No, they can be relocated so that we can make use of that. But I think that one will also require serious, discussions. And we'll look at the cost benefits. How it's going to benefit them before we go into it. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you. Yes, please. Recently, we heard the president of Burkina Faso came out with the way to use the prisons in farming. Would you want to adopt such labor, so that we could have them, because I was thinking that the food shortage in our secondary schools, if you can have in the future some farms that we can use them as labor to produce, to help our secondary school children. Do you have any plans on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is in line with the previous question about whether I will support the prisons going to commercial farming. I think that when we do that, whatever they have can also be given to the secondary schools. Not to say that they cannot be hired to by the private sector. That can also be done. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to move on to the next subject matter again on the right. Thank you. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Telabi, for your nomination. I've worked closely with you in the committee, and I know your capacity. I know what you are capable of bringing about. I wish you well in the ministry. And I just have one question for you. There's a worrying trend that I have observed among security apparatus. The national security on one hand, army, then police. Sometimes it's so embarrassing that you find these security apparatus fighting at the glimpse of the public, those who are supposed to provide security. So embarrassing. So, what steps will you take if you find yourself approved to support your boss to be able to...
Honorable, please step away from the mic to stop the echo.
All right. So what steps will you take to support your substantive minister to bring lasting solution to this menace that I have just narrated? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that Well, the services are human institutions, and sometimes they can go overboard. But then I believe that there must be that level of respect for each other, and it will come by constant interaction. I don't know whether we have the sister sports that we used to have in the years by. Where there's security services, I engage themselves in various sports activities. I don't know whether it's still. Sometimes that can also bring some misunderstanding which can lead to fight. But sports brings unity, and when we do that, coupled with serious collaboration, they will see themselves as colleagues with the same, objective of securing this country of ours. Thank you.
All right. So thank you. I'm done. Congratulations. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. I think I will again return back to the left. And I will call on Honorable Damwa. Take the floor. Thank you.
Once again, I want to add my voice to congratulate you on your appointment.
Thank you.
I also want to assure you that you are also my in-law. My sister that I followed three was married to a woman from Somenya. So I've clearly so
thank you very much.
So you are also my contact.
Thank you.
Honorable, I'm also happy that you worked as a Deputy Minister for Defense, and therefore now going to the Interior Ministry. You are going to try as much as possible to bring about cohesion between the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Interior, especially between the military and the police in internal security operations. Without due respect, how would you advise your minister or help your minister to define clearly the military supporting the police in internal security operations so that we won't have frictions and overlaps and the challenges that we normally encounter when we work together, meaning the police and the military work together?
Thank you very much. I think that what we can do, as I said, is some form of collaboration. And each person, especially the military must understand that when it comes to internal issues, they must be invited to be part of whatever operations that the police is undertaking. If that is understood, we will not have any issues when it comes to the extent to which they can take part in internal security issues. I think that's very clear. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question on that. I believe the standard operating procedures are clear, that the police are in charge of internal security, and that the military will only come in support of civil authority and all that. But we have that challenge. When the normal procedure is there, but then how to assess and know at what critical moment the military should come in and the correct procedure. The moment the police find it challenging, they easily bring in the military. That's where the challenge. And when the military comes in, they think that the police were unable to handle the situation. And based on the training that the military has, and then what they police. So we have that friction, and then it turns out to be something. So that's why I was saying that how to really get the two to know what they know already, work together effectively in a manner that the general population, that whatever we do is to benefit. Would really appreciate what we do rather than the friction and the excesses that occasionally we see in their operations.
Thank you very, very much. I believe that true, as I said, you know, and know that they are in to complement, not to take over. And I think that that is the way to go. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my next question. Okay. There is an issue about capacity building in the security institutions under the Ministry of Interior. For example, with the armed forces, taking the army, infantry, the soldiers, and the officers all. We have the basic training. Then within the basic training, we have B3, B2, B1, and then we go for the advanced training. And then with the infantry, they go for section commanders training, platoon sergeants training, weapons training, drill and duty. So at every stage, before you get your next promotion, there's a form of training, capacity building. My relationship with my colleagues in the Ministry of Interior, it appears they don't have well-defined capacity building.
Please.
So the question itself is coming.
Go ahead.
The question is that he's my contact, so I need to really let him be comfortable. So when you get a note, the police and the other security services, this is an area of concern. What will you do to ensure that they also have similar arrangements by way of capacity building?
Thank you very much. I think that this is one of my experiences that I'm going to, take to the Ministry of Interior. As I do my work as a deputy minister, when the need arises for me to prefer some of these, programs to my boss, I will do that. Given what, I experience, with the military, I would prefer those, experiences to him. And if he finds them necessary, we take them on board with my support. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my final question. Earlier on, Honorable, you talked about the fact that people in the eastern part of Ghana, Volta region, people who live in Ghana and go and work in Togo. We have similar situation along the western frontier. I come from a border town. Kwame Sekrom is right on the border between Ghana and La Côte d'Ivoire. Now, my parents, my father, for instance, had farms in La Côte d'Ivoire. So most of the farms, we go there and make our farms, bring food stuff, and even in some cases, we have cash crops. Currently, we have a challenge there. The Ivorians have beefed up their security along the western frontier, especially in my constituency. I know from Doma up to my area, up to German North. And previously, our people would go to La Côte d'Ivoire to farm and bring their farm products without any challenges. But the last time that I went, and just even today, when you go and you are coming back, they restrict the food items. For instance, if it is a plantain, they determine what they think is not commercial, because they think that if you bring bigger quantities, the normal basket, the kind that they carry, they now tell them to be commercial. And they are refusing to allow people to bring the cassava, plantain, yams, maize, which previously there were no restrictions on the quantities. After cashew, now it's a no-go area, even though people farm cashew plantations in La Côte d'Ivoire because they are Ghanaians owning the land. They know we are the same people, it's just the frontier that divided. So now it's something of concern, and I may wish that you will carry this to your minister if you get the note, so that some urgent measures or engagements with our Ivorian counterparts will take place, so that our farmers resident in Ghana but farming in La Côte d'Ivoire, who are being harassed by the Ivorian security personnel, they will understand that probably because we had been living together in the past and working at the same people with the same culture, with relatives across, they will allow them to come to Ghana with the quantities that they were previously bringing without any hindrances.
Honorable, I think your question can be shortened.
Thank you. I will do so. Thank you.
No, the last one.
Oh, you still have a last one?
No, the other ones were follow-up questions.
All right, so this is your last question.
This is my last question.
All right, and please make it short.
Honorable, the other one has to do with manpower levels, the strength of the various security services under your ministry. I know they have challenges. Any plans to help bring up their levels to appreciable levels so that they can deal with the challenges that confront them? It's for all of them.
Thank you very much. I think that we all know, Mr. Chairman, that as a policy of government, all government across, you require some clearance before you employ. And therefore, we will talk to, my boss to be says something similar to the effect that he will make sure he gets the Minister of Finance to understand the situation we find ourselves, especially that we want to expand and increase productivity. I don't want to go into 24-hour economy, but we will require security, and therefore people would have to feel safe in the night, and we need to increase, manpower insofar as our security is concerned. So we'll have to bring all that, on board. Let all of us understand, and I believe that I will support my boss to make serious input into, going forward, budgetary allocations and whatever, so that we can get money to pay them. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to congratulate my Akwanta in advance. I'm sure he will do very well in his next appointment. Congratulations once more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Omar, it's your turn. And please, let's make our questions straight to the point and leave the preambles, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm grateful. Another part. Mr. Nominee and my good friend, congratulations.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding the proliferation of small arms. And my question is regarding whether you will have the minister to change the regime, the licensing regime of the small arms. Believe me, whatever we do, we say that if you don't have a license, you can't carry gun, but the guns we have in the system is amazing. I've just returned from my constituency where some conflict broke out. And I would like you to help your minister, support him, to come out with, change the laws about licensing either to upgrade it, but not to just say that you won't give out licenses. And also try to decentralize the licensing so that people within far places like Zabzugu district will not need to travel to Tamale, which is the regional capital, to get licenses or pay for their annual subscription. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rightly so, I am going to support my boss in whichever way to help in taking care of these small arms that we have in the system. Thank you very much.
I'll have another one. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. The second question is about barriers by immigration, by customs, and by police. When you start the journey from Talitali to Tamale, or you are traveling on Quarley Road, you have immigration officers stopping every vehicle or motorbikes, and sometimes the alarming. I don't want to tell you the details. I want you to assist your minister to at least tell immigration and other officers what their purpose is. They are not supposed to be doing vehicle or motorbike searching, but they do. And they also several things. It's amazing. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. I believe that our security services do their operations based on intelligence. But that is not to say that some of them do not, I mean, sometimes they don't go wayward. But we would examine the situation and advise appropriately. But as you said, it is true. Sometimes when you come to Parliament and you sit throughout the night till about, let's say, 11, 12, I live in Odumasi Krobo, and I drive along the mountains through Somanya to my place. You go through tough traffic from 37 through airport to Medina. When you get out of Adenta, just when you think you have some relief, there's another traffic. This time around, it is not as a result of the number of vehicles, but police have mounted barriers. One at Oyarifa, another one at Oibi. When you climb them, you get to Obusman, there's another one. When you get to Latte Junction, there's another one. Sometimes it can be frustrating. But then they come out based on the kind of intelligence that they have. So we would look at all that and advise appropriately. Thank you very much.
I wish you well.
Thank you. Honorable Patrick Bama, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and congratulations, former ranking Environment Committee member. My first question is on naturalization. Naturalization. And if you look at the website of your ministry, it has the photograph of your minister, the president and vice president, your acting chief director. But let me read this to you, Chairman, with your kind permission. Subject to subsection 2 of 14 of the Citizenship Act of Ghana 2000, a person qualifies for naturalization if, it's very important, I want Roxanne to listen, He has resided in Ghana throughout the period of 12 months immediately preceding the date of the application. B. During the 7 years immediately preceding the period of 12 months, he has resided in Ghana for periods amounting in the aggregate to not less than 5 years. He is of good character as attested in writing by 2 Ghanaians, being notary public lawyers or senior public servant. He has not been sentenced to any period of imprisonment in Ghana. He is able to speak and understand an indigenous Ghanaian language, Roxin. He is a person who has made or who is capable of making a substantial contribution to the progress or advancement in any area of national activity. He is a person who has been assimilated into the Ghanaian way of life or who can easily be so assimilated. He intends to reside permanently in Ghana in the event of a certificate being granted him. He possessed a valid resident permit on the date of his application. Time frame for the application, 6 months. Fees and charges, Form 5, 7,758 Ghana cedis. A lot of applications will be coming to you. Without scrutiny, a lot of people will get naturalized as Ghanaians. And sometimes we overlook some of these qualifications because of the IGF involved. Very important. By so doing, you would have opened the country up for insecurity. What will you be doing to assist your minister to ensure that any applicant who brings any application for naturalization satisfies these requirements to ensure that the sanctity or the security of this country is protected? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that if my minister decides to get me involved, you have just given us a checklist. I can assure you that I am going to be very meticulous when it comes to looking at such requirements, and where I need to seek legal advice, I will, to support, in taking very good decisions about who becomes a citizen of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very important area because lawyers like Dafia Mekwe and Co will be bringing attestations, and you have to be very careful. My second question is on the health facilities of the institutions under the Ministry of Interior. I think I only know of the police hospital. I don't know of any hospital owned by the prisons, the immigration. I stand to be corrected. I think with their numbers, we need serious health facilities to support their activities because of the operations they undertake. What are some of the strategies you'll be proffering to your boss so that if in the event that this house approves of you
thank you very much. I think that it came up, this issue, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This issue came up, during my boss's interview, and he made it clear that apart from police hospital, prisons and fire do not have health facilities. And I believe that I will keep, him on his toes, remind him as and when the opportunity comes. We'll make sure that whoever is supposed to provide us with the funds to get those things, health facilities established, will do so. Because of the lack of, health facilities in these prisons, they have to resort to taking prisoners to some hospitals, and sometimes they are unable to even pay the bills. Aside that, here they don't even have vehicles to carry the prisoners to these hospitals. So the prison officers themselves would have to hire taxis and things like that. In fact, there's a lot that we have to do for the prison service, and I think that putting our shoulders to the wheel and with the support in terms of our employer, who's the president, we'll be able to improve the lot of the prison service and the other services. Thank you.
Chairman, my last question is on private security companies, their licensing, their registration, licensing, and also the licensing of bullion vans, weapons and bullets, gunpowder, and what have you, are some of the things that I believe, with your experience, having been at the Ministry of Defense before, you have to support your minister in ensuring that some of these licenses are given to responsible people to operate. And you being a chemist or something like biochemist, I know, a former parliamentary candidate for Ukrom in Kumasi. We know you. You don't have state-of-the-art forensic laboratories for these institutions, and I think with your background, you need to encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do my best to get some of these things to support my boss in the ministry. In fact, he was the MPP chairman when I was the candidate. Where we belong to the same club. And then we came here, we found ourselves on the same committee. So that is the chemistry. Thank you.
And you did a lot together on that committee.
Very well. To help Mother Ghana.
Very well.
Thank you.
I wish you the very best.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shaibu, it's your turn to take the floor.
Chairman, let me thank you so much for the opportunity. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I know you've answered questions in many areas, including accommodation, but I wanted to just take you back to that because that's very critical for the police service. I note that the numbers have increased. If you go to most of the district capitals, you will find so many police personnel. So the first thing is, if your arrangements will permit, would you suggest to your minister to redeploy them, not just in the district capital, but to the other bigger towns and communities within the district? That's a starting point. If you tie that to the second bit, that still has to do with accommodation. Most of the new districts, including mine, created about some 12 years ago, still don't have housing facility for the headquarters of the police service itself, let alone accommodation for the many personnel that have been posted there. As a result, you will find police personnel, virtually like tenants in the community. I know familiarity sometimes breeds contempt. And so once they are with the community people and law enforcement become compromised, I would want to suggest if you take that on board in, as you support your minister, to look at first the redeployment of the police personnel, if your arrangement will permit, to the other bigger communities within the, given that you make adequate accommodation facility for them. That's my first bit that I want to. So the second one has to do with the military barracks. So if you move away from the barracks, you now have training centers. I know there are a few of them dotted across the country. my constituency and district is proud to be hosting one of your barracks that's in Daboya. I think that it's been expanded. I mean, the previous administration tried to do some expansion of that, but it still falls short of the basic requirements and facilities that you really need to do proper training. Would you consider, I mean, upgrading and putting military and security training has become technical now, not the physical we knew many years ago. That's a suggestion I want to put across to you, if you would consider suggesting to your minister and how you carry that across.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, did you say military? I think the defense minister was here to answer a lot of questions on that. If I veer into that, oh, you are the police, yes, thank you very much. I think that yes, indeed, there are modern ways of policing, and it requires the deployment of technology. I was reading a text just a few hours before I came in, and there's this suggestion that brick and mortar police training, grounds or schools, can be changed, because the world is evolving, security is evolving, everything is evolving, and we need to move with time. Where technology, AI, a lot of things are being deployed now. So I think that the bottom line, as I said, is your ability to pay for some of these things, because they are expensive. So in the meantime, we'll get them on our, on our books, as and when we have what it takes, we can go for, such facilities to enhance training of our personnel. Thank you.
I wouldn't ask questions about your capability. I know you've done it before, and I wish you all the best in your next journey.
Thank you very much.
I will now invite the Chief Whip to come in.
Chairman, thank you very much. Let me, my brother, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
When I entered this house in January 2017, you were one of the seniors who tutored me in the ways of the house. And so I'm happy to see you where you sit.
Thank you very much.
And I have no doubt that you will succeed. Now, I have two concerns, and I believe you share one. Between Ashaman Runabout and Skuma in the Sojaman district, a distance of 85 kilometers, we have over 15 police military barriers. And so anytime I'm traveling to my constituency, I go through these police barriers and military checkpoints. Even me, as a member of parliament, it's a drudgery So you can see the difficulties this poses for our average Ghanaian. Sometimes we have to fight practically with the security men, because before you go onto that Domi bridge, there's a political, military, and now immigration barrier. You go up the barrier. You negotiate around the hill towards Mamiwa Takope. Before the Boss Farm tanks, you have 2 barriers actually. Now there's even a notice of a national security barrier. Before you enter Juapong, there are 2 barriers, military and police. You exit Juapong, there's a police barrier. You get to Nudu, Abuasa, you have police barriers. Apegusu, you have Frankeduya. And then the outskirts of Eskuma, you have 2 barriers actually. You get to Eskuma, you have a GRA barrier and a customs barrier. Now, I haven't mentioned the Afienya Shai Hills ones through Kwong. So, what will you do as the deputy to the Honorable Muntaka that these barriers are removed? It appears that those of us from the eastern frontier, we are profiled. We are so profiled that when you are exiting, you are checked. When you are going, you are checked.
You are crossing the border.
Yes, in Askuma, when you get to Askuma, it's as if you are entering another republic. The immigration officers, what they take our people through is unacceptable. So my question is, will you consider removing these barriers so my constituents in Pekik, Balik, Peve, Tongo, and Sanga can move freely within the frontiers of the Republic of Ghana?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think I just, narrated my experience on the Akuapem Mountains and the number of barriers. I think that we need to assess the situation. Let me give you my personal experience. The reason sometimes I think that we need to be very careful when we are dealing with some of these barriers. 2013, I came to Parliament. We closed around 1 a.m. On my way back, the police, I think I saw about 3 barriers. The first one, I avoided them. The next one, my instinct told me stop, and I did. Little did I know that there were armed robbers, if you know Obusumasi. The police who stopped me did not even know that, they have laid siege there. But then the 5 or 10 minutes that I spent with them, some vehicle came and they repaired. Yes, that's right. So sometimes we need to assess the situation. I am not saying that some of them are not wayward. Some of them just mount the barrier to extort. But I believe that my recommendation with that to my boss will be that let's get the police command to do a proper assessment of the areas. And where we think that they have to remove the barrier, we have to. Because if we go out there to just remove the barriers, it will also serve as another a problem for us, because people will feed on it. The criminals are always around. And I believe that their presence sometimes also wards off. In spite of, apart from what they do to, road users, their presence gives us some confidence as we drive in the night, especially those of us who drive in the night. So I think we need to really do proper assessment before we get them out of the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, my final concern. My constituency, South Dine, We've produced a lot of national figures in the security services. I can give a tall list of them. But training institutions for these security services are being built in a lot of places. Will you consider building one in my constituency in Sabdai?
Thank you, Chair. We had the first Ghanaian police, yes, from my constituency. So if we have to start from Odumasi Krobo. If that is the consideration, that is on a lighter side. But I think that we need to look at we need to look at your requests case by case, and depending on the availability of funds to build. And I just said something to the effect that because of technology, you may not need to establish brick and tile, before you can train the police in an area or the security in an area. So that will also be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once more, congratulations.
Thank you, my brother.
But Chairman, let me use the opportunity to clarify this matter, that my brother, Mahama Shaibu, his heart created a lot of problems. It was not intentional. Yes. Chairman, so they should take note. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Honorable Patricia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee, congratulations
thank
on your
you,
nomination. You and I go a very far. And I was wondering whether I didn't serve on the forestry, Lands and Forestry Committee with you.
But it's one committee that I never served.
Yes, I wasn't too sure about that. But Honorable, let's go to your CV. Your CV, page 2. Is it page 2 of your CV? Honorable, I observed that within a period of about 5 years, you held about 4 different portfolios. What was the cause for that? Between the year 2011 to 2015, you held about 4 different portfolios. And in all, you were serving in the capacity of a deputy minister. Yes. You are still a deputy minister. What was the reason for those changes? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm a sportsman and a footballer. And I remember there was a time I told my coach that I should change my position. Then he told me, you know why I always keep you as the number 3? When you are there, I am confident that the 9 will always score. The number 9 will always score. I am sure when I'm there, the minister will perform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Another observation on your CV, that's page number 3. Your service to your community. I don't know whether it's a continuous service or you served at a period.
In fact, I need to update that CV.
Should I seek the leave of the chair to include the period.
Yes.
So for record purposes.
But I can't get it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, just do that.
And I think on this page 4.2, the same thing on item, I don't know, Vice Chairman, NDC, or Forikro. Are you still the Vice Chairman? You were. Yes.
I was.
So it's important that you serve us with it.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, you are seeking your leave?
Yeah, leave them.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Taylor, I don't have any doubt at all that you can perform creditably.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
At the assigned position that you've been given. But everybody, I make everybody aware that there is an affirmative action act that is in place now. And it's not just going to be placed on the table, and we need action on that. And no recruitment into the police service, fire service, and all that. You've done very well in recruiting so many women, but you have still not achieved the required percentage of 30%. So how are you going to assist your minister to ensure that, because this one is a compelling one, it's not something that you can postpone to another day? So may I know?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the military, some few years ago, undertook a program to encourage the youth or to demystify what they do at their various camps. And per the assessment after, having open days and whatever, a lot of women got interested in becoming Navy, military, police, whatever. I think that I would, advise same for the Ghana police, the other security services, to have an open day, a day to interact with, especially the communities where they have their training institutions. Interact with the communities, get them encouraged, and let them understand that whoever is in uniform is a civilian, and they can be, like them. I think this is a way, to get our women, to get interest in some of these services. Because at the end of the day, it's a choice that you have to make. And sometimes what they hear and what they see from afar influences their decision. But when they get close, they realize that after all, it's an area that I can also, be part, so they can get involved. So, Mr. Chair, I think that this is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. I don't think I totally agree with you. I partially agree with you that we need to create the awareness, we need to educate. But there's a bit of the sector also making the effort to ensure that you attain the figure 30% as an initial need. So it is you as a deputy minister and your minister who are responsible to ensure that. But, there are so many people who apply for these positions, especially with the recruits and all that, but yet only few are taken. That's exactly what I demand of you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, when it comes to recruitment, beyond showing interest, you must qualify. Not in terms of academics, but then physically, you must qualify. Yes, you go to a lot, because sometimes a lot of people are, brought on board, but along the line, they fail basic medical tests, not the making of, which is not the making of the recruiting authority. So, yes, we want to encourage them. We must also make sure they take good care of themselves, so that during the process, they are not found wanting in terms of their health, so that they can easily be taken on board. Thank you.
Are you not just stereotyping and showing traces of biases in this respect? Thank you.
No. It is the case. It is the reality. It is the reality. Yeah, yes. In fact, I was part of, the committee that shepherded this bill, and you know the role I played. And I would not, let it, just lie on any. We'll make sure we bring it on board. And as I said, much as we would want to meet the levels that we set for ourselves, whoever is recruited must also be able to stand the test of time. Otherwise, you go and, the consequences are dire. If you have a certain medical condition and they put you to go and swim, and you go and you don't come back, that's another thing. So that's the reason why they are very careful when it comes to the medicals. Thank you very much.
Honorable Adi, follow up.
All right, thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I just want to make a follow-up on my sister's question on the 30%. We are all fully aware that you are the minister, and it's a policy, and we have the law now backing it. It's not an issue of medical or non-medical, because we have the women there, we have the girls there. How do you get the men being able to get the percentages that you want, but you cannot get the women? So I want to ask, will you continue hammering and reminding the minister that you have a responsibility at hand, and that the law says that you must get 30%, and that we need that 30%? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yes, I will.
You may continue.
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, in my constituency, the police in the districts and in the division have been complaining of lack of vehicles to perform their duties creditably. As an assembly, we were able to allocate them with some. I personally had to give them motorbikes to also do their work. But I don't know, how are you going to support your minister to ensure that for the police to operate creditably or be able to perform their duties to the satisfaction of the citizens, these vehicles must be available to them to work? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you see these documents before me here. These are briefings from all the units under our ministry. And it cuts across. All of them have problem with vehicles, one equipment or the other. I think that, as my boss said, we would have to really talk to the finance minister with the support of the president. And I believe that we'll be able to get necessary financing to get these equipment that are needed for them to discharge their duties creditably. Thank you very much.
And finally, Honorable, women and children are often the victims of human trafficking. And as a deputy minister, I know you are not developing the policies. The laws are there, the right policies are there. How will you ensure the strengthening of the anti-human trafficking laws and ensure better victim support service for them? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As you rightly said, I'm the deputy. If I'm given the opportunity to manage that, I'll make sure that I sit with the various institutions that are involved and make sure that we work towards achieving a reduction, if not eliminating, child trafficking in this country of us. Thank you very much.
Right, as a follow-up, if you are not given that opportunity, what happens? Does it mean the area should be left unattended?
Certainly, if I'm not giving, somebody else will be giving that.
Pardon?
If I am not giving, somebody else will be giving that duty. And as and when I get opportunity, I can also, advise or prefer, any solutions to whatever the person may be working on.
Honorable nominee, so far as I'm concerned, you are the only deputy available to support the minister. There is no other deputy. I don't think I prefer to hear that if you are not given the opportunity. There should be a way to communicate with your minister to get things done. That's what I expect from you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I will play my part when it comes to the issue about child trafficking, to make sure that we reduce that business in our society. Thank you very much.
I'm done, Mr. Chair. Congratulations in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jerry, you will be next. And then after that, I will wrap it up. So you are basically standing between us and the next nominee. Thank you.
You, honorable nominee, congratulations to you.
Thank you, my brother.
I see that you are a married man, but I am not sure your wife is here to support you.
No.
Do you know his wife? Do you have any reasons why? Honorable nominee, are you stingy?
What do you understand by being stingy?
As in somebody...
Honorable, out of order. Can you please withdraw that word? It's unparliamentary.
Very well, very well, very well. Most guided, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee, in 2019, there was an issue in your constituency that had to do with prepaid meters. I think you should be calm. Let me finish with my question. That had to do with prepaid meters. And you promised your constituents that you were going to ensure that the prepaid meters would not be used when you are voted for. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Are prepaid meters used in your constituency?
Yes.
Was there a shooting incident when the ECG officers decided to come and install prepaid meters in your constituency?
Yes, there was.
And what role did you play? You were the member of parliament. So I'm asking, what role did you play? Did you in any way or form say to your people you would find a way of resolving the matter for them not to use prepaid meters subsequently?
Thank you very much. I don't know if we would have enough time to explain this, but whatever happened in my constituency must be very well understood.
Hold on, yeah. Honorable nominee.
Yeah.
Let me just give the floor to Honorable Chief Webb.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, this matter came to Parliament, and Parliament gave some directives. An ad hoc committee was constituted to go to the constituency to inquire into the matter and brought a report. Subsequently, some directives were given, and the ECG proceeded on that directive. I recall the honorable member returned to the House in a follow-up question directed at the minister and complained that some directives given by Parliament were not being implemented. There were follow-up steps taken by the ministry to ameliorate the situation. So if the honorable member may be guided in shaping his question, and I believe it can be properly situated, because it was a matter that engaged Parliament and Parliament stepped in.
Well, thank you for the guidance, but I'm sure you could have said the same thing. I do not think that I was asking the question out of any mischief. It's just for him to clear, because I've had questions from some of your constituents asking me. So that's the basis for the question. What's the scientific name for precursor?
Thank you. Tetraptera tetrapura.
Pardon me?
Tetraptera tetrapura.
So, what as a biochemist, what are the benefits of precursor?
Thank you very much. I'm sure, serious. In fact, it is a fruit that I worked on extensively as a researcher. It has a lot of active principles, medicinal, that, depending on your situation, can be good for your health, for hypertension, for other, ailments. The others, including
Honorable nominee.
Hello.
That's not what you are being vetted on today. So if you can just make it short so we can make progress.
Honorable Chair, I just respectfully need to remind Honorable Chair that I am doing this as the ranking at this point, and I have, to some extent, unlimited access to getting information and knowledge. And this is a very relevant question. In fact, I was going to link it to some other matters, and that is the more reason why I asked. So please, with all due deference.
Thank you. What I'm saying is that it is good for hypertension, and it has other, food is attractive sometimes based on color and the flavor. So precursor also gives flavor to food. Yeah.
Is it so? Up until today, I didn't even know it is a fruit. So I expect that. No. I thought I heard you earlier saying that it is a fruit. Yes, and I'm saying I did not know. So now I want to find out. As Deputy Minister, is it one of the recommendations you make to your minister that police officers, fire officers, immigration officers?
Honorable Leader, you are out of order.
I do not respectfully know why you are doing this, because this is coming from a very good side. That if it is something that it's a food that has medicinal value, is it something you would want to propose to the security services to adopt? Because he's a Deputy Minister of Interior. And so, first of all, my interest would be to your office. Would you want to propose that to your minister, that it is okay for security officers or security agencies to? It's yes or no, really?
Thank you very much. Certainly, the security services have physicians, medical officers, and whatever that advise them. So depending on the advice, you may, take some of these things as food supplements. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm happy you emphasized on that. At least Chairman heard that it can be used as food supplements. And have you heard of Abofraboni? Do you know of the juvenile?
Yes.
So you know where it is situated? The one at Ridge. Do you, in your contemplation, still think that it's a better place to still have a prison?
Talking about location or the fact that we have juvenile homes?
I'm talking about the location.
The location. In fact, that the security services, some of them, are seated on prime lands, and they don't necessarily have to be in the heart of the city. And the fact that they lack certain facilities, and we don't have enough money to build for them now, we can, in exchange for better facilities outside Accra, we can give that land to the private sector, so they develop, facilities on cheaper lands for them. So,
you are older than your minister. Are you going to provide him with the necessary support and not think that because you are older, he cannot respectfully give you instructions when he has to?
Age is a number. And Honorable Mutaka and my good self have worked together for a number of years, even before we met in Parliament. So there's that mutual respect between the two of us.
I want to find out, do you also have plans of supporting the minister with reference to insurance for police officers, insurance for immigration officers, insurance for fire officers, prison officers, all the security agencies?
If I get opportunity, I'll suggest. If my boss brings that up to I'll join in the discussion to see how far we can get that to the police service. Thank you.
But the moment you are given approval by this House, that is an opportunity. Is there an assurance you will take it up?
Yes.
Do you also think...
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you are aware that we have enactments setting up the police service, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Prison Service, the Ghana Fire Service, the Ghana Immigration Service, as well as other agencies under your ministry. Now, in respect of insurance policy for the personnel, if the statute does not permit that, you cannot introduce it by policy. You agree?
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman.
And therefore, if you want to consider that, you may have to come by amendments to the existing legislations.
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you.
You may go ahead, Honorable.
Do you know or not whether security officers or those under the Ministry of Interior have anything with reference to risk allowances?
I don't know.
Would you want to find out, and if it is not there, that would be one of the suggestions you make to the Honorable Minister? Because as you are aware, for instance, fire service, they go trying to quench fire, as in the police service. So I know some of the operatives in the Greater Accra office, they do all manner of night duties and dawn duties, and people are even shot and all of that. So if they do not have any risk allowance, how are they protected? What is the excitement in even going out to go and do their jobs? So is that something you would want to consider and share with the Honorable Minister?
Certainly, I will.
There is also another aspect of conflict resolution, where people have gone to, in fact, what I mean by people is the security agencies, maybe the police. They've been sent to say Boku to help resolve a conflict, but some of the reports we had are indicative of some allegations, including women being harassed, including shops being closed and asking the women to bring food. How are you going to advise your Honorable Minister to deal with some of these issues?
What I know is that when the security is deployed to such areas, they are supposed to go and provide security for the people. As to asking for food and other things, I don't know, because my experience is that before they are deployed, they are giving ration. They are giving what it takes to keep them, there. So going for food, in fact, I've not. Well, if I get to the ministry, we'll find out, and if there's a need for us to investigate, we'll do that.
Do you have an idea how much a prisoner feeds a day?
When I listened to my boss when he was interviewed, he said 1 cedi, 80 pesos, and he thought it was woefully inadequate.
So you are going to recommend that it should be 10 cedis or 15 cedis?
No.
Are you going to recommend an increment
Certainly,
to your boss?
Certainly. Once you recognize that it is not adequate, means there must be some improvement. So, but that will depend on my boss.
Have you considered using other people in cells for labor rather than just those in prisons? Is there something you would want to consider and perhaps recommend?
Cells.
So we have had people in cells for more than 2 days, for more than 40 days, for more than, in some instances.
I think that, I don't know whether you are referring to remand prisons or, because the remand prisoners have not been convicted. You are not even sure of their status when it comes to, the prisons. But where they are convicted and they are sentenced, yes, if they are, yes, they can be deployed to do other things.
Let me come in. Mr. Nominee, you are aware that merely being in cells does not make you a prisoner. You are aware. Because we have all been in cells before, even as MPs.
Which, sir?
When we were resisting the system. We were at Canterbury. Okay. Yes, it's a cell. It's a form of a cell. Your movement has been limited. Now, so you are not a prisoner. Now, even where you are a prisoner, you can only be deployed under to undertake certain works on behalf of the states under certain conditions. You are aware?
Yes. Yes.
So if you are going to roll out a policy, a wholesome policy to cover all prisoners to be deployed into some form of work on behalf of the state, it means you must come back to Parliament with an amendment to the law establishing the Ghana Prison Service.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that the idea is to just go into wholesale deployment of prison officers, no, prisoners. As we speak, the prison service is building work camps, and these are the camps are going to be inhabited by the prisoners, and the activities they're purely agriculture. They give them land as prisoners. They work on the land, they produce, and as I indicated earlier, when they produce in excess, they will sell, to people outside the prison confines. They feed themselves with some. So I don't think that we are going to just go out there and get all prisoners, irrespective of whatever crime you are, be convicted of. No. They have a way of assessing them and deploy them.
Okay, relatedly, there's a new program reported in Burkina Faso where prisoners are deployed on state farms, and when they perform creditably, their prison terms are reviewed downwards. Will you consider introducing such a policy?
That wouldn't be a bad, policy.
I thank you. I thank you.
Yeah, please continue.
Honorable Nominee, are you aware of the terminology ghettos?
No, Mr. Chairman. Is it an English word?
So it's a terminology used for young men and women who have converged at a particular place that they normally have some sort of fun, including drinking and smoking. You have not heard of this before?
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm aware of young men living in cells, and having fun, as you said.
So are you aware this is becoming pronounced?
I'm yet to look at the extent, but I know they exist. But I believe that there's some work, some data can be built on that. Thank you.
Oh, these are young men who sometimes have no work to do, and the perception or the allegation is that they normally get involved in all manner of crimes. And this is when they are done engaging in a particular crime, that is more of a hideout. And I just want to find out from you, as the Deputy Minister of Interior, if at all you may have plans of getting most of these people transitioned into real employment and something better than where they find themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you've answered the question. You said they are jobless. Once we get them the opportunity to grab some jobs, I'm sure some of them will abandon, those places and get themselves, thank you.
Honorable nominee, in the context of national security, how do you hope to address concerns about political influence over key security positions?
Can you clarify which of the positions? Because when you take the Constitution, if it is appointment, the police, we have those that are appointed by the president, those that are appointed by the police council, and then the management itself. So whichever.
So in recent times, I saw a correspondence or a publication appointing one Mr. Jakpa as a national director of operations, national security. So it's at the back of this, I'm asking this particular question.
So what is your question?
So let me ask the question again. In the context of national security, how do you address concerns about political influence over key security positions that may or that might affect the integrity of law enforcement and intelligence gathering?
Chairman, if I understand his question, political influence in key appointments, is that what? National security. But national security doesn't fall under Ministry of Interior. I think they have a ministry of their own. And it's under the office of the president. It's under the office of the president now. So whoever is appointed, and the Constitution gives the president the authority, the power to appoint.
I'm sure you are aware of the Gaming Commission. How is your ministry going to liaise with the Gaming Commission to, as it were, ensure that those who are operating some games are doing that within the laws, within the confines of the laws?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know about the Gaming Commission, but I'm not too conversant. But when I get to the ministry, given the opportunity, I will look at the operations, and I'm sure we have, professionals within the ministry that have some experience dealing with this commission, and based on whatever advice they will give or whatever they will tell us about their problems with gaming commission, we would look at it and, advise accordingly. Thank you.
Mr. Nominee, I wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jerry. Mr. Nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
V-Mate.
Sharp.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman. I just want to draw your attention to your tax clearance certificate that I have here. In 2024, there is a 47,056.66, which is a credit and a debit. It doesn't look right. Okay. So I don't know if you've, it's caught your attention.
Mr. Chairman, what I sought to do was to send a request. They brought this. I have not really looked at it. And thank you very much for drawing my attention, because I don't have that professional eye, when it comes to taxes.
Take a look at it, and I grant you, the leave to get it corrected if they need be.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now I want to go to the loved ones who came to support you, and and just acknowledge them. John Mate, who's a lower Menya constituency chairman. Nene Agbe Na the fourth. Okay. Nene. All right. Nene Agbe Na the fourth. JPM divisional chief. I hope I got that one right. Okay. So Nene Lano Dom Memilisi Asafwachi. And Otiemi Sika. Ochiami Sika. Saki. Saki the third. Linguist to the paramountcy. And then Maya. Manya, the second, the divisional queen mother. Yeah, Dom, divisional queen mother. And Manya again.
Manya Koleki.
Koleki, deputy Maramount queen mother. And Sheikh Mukhtar Abdul, Pong chief imam. And Reverend and Mrs. Tete Agbomenya, Church of Pentecost district pastor. And WO1 retired William Asum Kole, nominees, family head. Then I have the daughters of nominees here: Joy, Padiki, Tel Aviv, not Padiki, no, Grace, Padiko, Tel Aviv, and Hannah, Male Tel Aviv. Yes, these are the names I have here. Thank you very much for coming to support. To support the nominee. On this occasion, I would like to say that you have been discharged by the committee, and you hear from the committee. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.